Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, and welcome to The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. It is so good to be here with some of my favorite, I would say favorite players, but also just favorite human beings. Uh, well, three of the four of them are human beings. Anyway, but no matter what, no matter what species they are, they are also my favorites. So Uh, I would like to say thank you so much for being patient and waiting for. We had a delay starting because uh, Twitch guest star has been problematic for the last 3 weeks, and I thought maybe it's just like randomness. But then it was happening today, right before I went live, and I said, no, cannot have it. So I just rebuilt the entire OBS using Video Ninja, and we're going to see how that goes. Also, other bit of tech info. People in YouTube, I see you. You've been saying that our audio is not normalized. So I just went through and got a plugin that analyzes audio not by dB but by LUFS, and I have set that up, and I'm hoping that this will mean that our audio will be more balanced. You and YouTube, just let me know if it's weird, and we'll keep working on it. This has all been done in the last 5 minutes, so it will probably be better next week when I have a bit of time to work on it. So thank you for waiting, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm also off by an inch. That's what she said. I was just quoting Lindy. So, and I try to do it for Lindy. So here we are. Thank you so much for being here. And this is our Traveler campaign. Right now, we do not have Cord because his character is missing. I told him not to come, ever. And so, thank you for being here. Your being an audience is what helps us be here. You can support us by saying hi, giving a like or subscribe or a comment over in the YouTube, just being here with us. You can retweet or twat or reskeet or skeet, Scott. You can let people know that we're here, and here we are. So you can also, if you like, you can give tips and bits. If you do, I'll read out those messages at the end. You can be one of our Patreons. We have it's just $3 for Patreon. All of that goes to help support the cast, to help pay for them, and any kind of commission music or art, that sort of stuff. We also have a very special tier, a very special sponsor tier, and there are 4 of them, limited only. And if you are one of our sponsors, it's a $200 tier, which will pay for 4 cast members for 1 week. You will get a special radio ad that will play once a month, or more if I feel like it, and get a special shout out. And we have much love for Will and TW, who is not only one of our sponsors, but also our note keeper. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. There is a thing that I want to say, and that is there's some stuff happening in the universe that if I can... I had my very last class yesterday, by the way. Classes are done for the semester. Finals are not, but classes are, which means I'll be getting, after this week, more time, and I have some plans to make presents for my players that they do not know about. And I would tell you all, audience, but they're here, and they're going to hear it, so I have to wait. But I have some plans, and I'm excited to see how they play out, and I'll let you all know, maybe on our Discord, which you could join. That's what I'm going to do. So I would like, if you don't mind, to introduce the best players on this side of Charted Space, and if they would each say who they are, who they're playing, and then for no reason whatsoever, how their character feels about Drinax. Either the planet or the living being. So let's start. I feel like we should start with Ari, because Ari just signaled to me, this is professor skills. Professor skills are, hey, when somebody makes a gesture in class, that's telling you that they want to answer that question first. So, Ari.
Do I? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, I am Ari underscore Ventures. You can find me online, and I'm playing Terrica, who is they're a very good pilot. And if you ask them, that's exactly what they will tell you. They will not tell you about the fact that their mother slept with an ancient being to make sure to retain the family line, and that they're noble. They would never ascribe to any of that. They probably wouldn't tell you that they just found a room or a lab full of their clones either, that they then incinerated. Anyway, they wouldn't tell you all that. They just tell you that they're a really good pilot. That's exactly what they would say, because that's true and that's accurate and that's who they are. And so here's the thing about driving. Oh God. So Terrica loves all like living beings. Like they want to make sure that people can like live and grow and flourish. There are some exceptions to that. If anyone is hurting Val, for example, that's a fast way to end up on Terrica's shit list. So when it comes to like the Viridian being of Drinax, I don't know that Terrica is absolutely aware that that is a thing that exists, but they are aware of like the Viridian beings, and that that those are like actual beings that exist and live and whatever that sort of, I was about to say and breathe, but no, I don't think they breathe. Anyway, so they certainly have like love for those beings and a lot of like, they would take care of those beings. And when it comes to Drinax, they've got, they want to see Drinax flourish. They want to see the people taken care of. But they don't want to see nobility or the monarchy continue. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm going to go to the next person, but not yet. You're still in the hot seat.
Oh, so, no, I was about to switch off.
Yeah. No, you can't switch off because you're still in the hot seat. So, we have these lovely people who are watching us on YouTube who leave YouTube comments. Yes. It's sort of like a trade-off. The people who are live give us ideas for episode titles. The people who are on the YouTube give us exciting comments too. And there is a comment that seems to be about Terrica. And I suppose I should just say it right now while you're here. From Rufio Roofbum, who just watched the last episode, Tick Tick Boom, says, Terrica, I am still not a noble. Also, Terrica continuously has the most noble personality of the whole crew.
I mean, they are prissy, but I know what they mean, or what they mean too.
Just saying.
You know, I think they would get very upset to hear that comment. I think they would argue that that's not nobility, that's simply taking care of people. And that's simply like protecting those that are important and protecting those who can't protect themselves.
So your mother would say that is what nobility is. And also sit up straight. And also use the right fork. And also.
Yeah.
Also. She
would say all those things.
Yeah.
And that's why I use the dessert fork for steak. And I also use the soup spoon for dessert.
What I really like is how healthy and non-full of tension your relationship, right? The Terrica Mother Lady Hill relationship is, obviously.
Yeah, no, there's no animosity there at all. There's no desire to authorize the hit on their mother. No, I'm sure that doesn't exist.
Nope.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Lady Hill saying that that's what nobility is really interesting for her to say, because her actions speak so much differently.
Well, I mean, she doesn't have her own planet right now, so it's not like she can just enact all of those things. She just needs her own planet or subsector. Or sector.
Or galaxy. Or
galaxy.
The whole universe.
Yeah.
Anything.
Sure. Yeah. That said, I feel like we should go over to Terrica's best friend. Greg, who are you? who are you playing? And how does your character feel about Drinax, either the planet or the being? Uh, no, no. Greg, get off screen. We're going to ask you last because your answer is going to be too spicy, so you have to come last. So, Rocket, we're going to go to you because I want the most spicy answer last. Yeah, yeah.
So I'm to understand my answer is not going to be spicy, so I should spice it up a little bit, is what I'm hearing.
Well, it could be a spice-a-thon. You should prove me wrong and see if you can make a spicier answer than Greg's.
Yeah, so I don't know if anyone can make a spicier answer than Greg. But yes, hello everyone. I am Rocket Fox, as always, your second favorite person. And I am, for this evening, playing the Harlock, who... Okay, so here's the thing. Going into all of this, Harlock really does not care about Drinax. There is no tie between Harlock and Drinax other than happened to pop over at one point and suddenly got wrapped into all of this nonsense. The one thing I would say is that having connected psionically to the stone, you connect psionically with something, you kind of get a little, especially when that something is like, hey, guess what, Mom? There starts to be a little bit of a feeling of responsibility. So I think there is a bit of that. And then, who knows? Like there may be reasons which the Harlock would feel a certain way about that responsibility. Who's to say?
I love you. I feel like you've just given me some spice.
I may have. That's for you. You're welcome. It's a gift.
Well, the thing is, Cord has had, Severance has had his memory wiped, so I think it's not even going to be an issue.
It's probably fine.
Yeah, all right. Let me see. I feel like up next is going to have to be Laugh, Love, Lindy. The lindiest of the laughings. So, who are you? Who are you playing? And how does your character feel about Drinax, the planet, and also the being?
Hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh, Love, Lindy, and I'm going to be playing Quint Vesper, who is, just trying to make do with life right now, and problems are going to happen. It's just how it's going to be. Yeah. Maybe advice to people: don't be a spy in outer space. That's my advice for the audience right now. But yeah, how does Quint feel about Drinax, the planet, and the being? Planet? Never been. I have no idea what it's like. The Admiral said they could get me a new arm. That's cool, I guess. Other than that, don't know enough to care. The being, I like Terra better, so I feel a little bad because, Viridian, it's got soul, it's got heart, but if it's between, a Viridian I don't know and the Viridian you do, this is... Sorry, Drinax.
Sorry, not sorry?
Extremely minimally sorry.
Fair. So I feel like I think I went in exactly the right order, right? From caring most about Drinax to Greg. Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And how does your character feel about Drinax the planet and Drinax the being?
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Greg. I will be playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey. How does Val and Greg, how do we feel about Drinax the planet and Drinax the being? I think you did indeed pick wisely, Trooper, because Greg and Val both have the same answer, and that is fuck them both. Fuck them both. Who cares?
Nice. So, confirmed.
Peace and love.
Val wants to have sex with the planet. He just admitted here. That's
one way to take it, sure.
You heard it here first, folks.
Heard it here first.
Right.
And I am your GM, Trooper SJP, and I am the one that is herding these lovely cats And during our break, you will be able to see the amazing art done by Rocket Fox of Severance as a cat. And before we start and pull back our curtain, and I give you the little bit of like a heads up where we're at, I want to just note some of our comments from YouTube because they're amazing. Bendries has gotten to Season 2, Episode 8, The Theban Massacre, which the thumbnail of which is a lot of fire. And the comment is only, Quint for the win. And I think we all know that was when Quint was running around saving people's lives and also throwing grenades at them. Other people, you know. And Bendries has, Cord's not here, but Rufio Rufum says, wait, Severance is forklift certified? Oh Lord, there goes the space neighborhood. Bendries, by the way, who is clearly, Bendries, you are very impressive. You are binging like whoa, and I honor it. Has a note from episode 4, season 4, episode 1, so has moved very quickly in the last couple of days to get from there to here. Notes, poor pirates. Jeez. The guy in the cargo hold just wanted to heal Wes. Dave was going to teach Terrica how to run the ship. Peter Fallis is a sociopath? Okay, well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Never mind. Actually, poor Wesley. I felt bad for the pirates too. Well, they are racist terrorists though. So that's our feeling about the about our pirates. And then we have Bendries, who's gotten up to episode 3, who says, oh man, poor Sue. What a toast. Finally, we're getting into the thing of it. Let's see where this gets us. Quint finally gets a spill about Viridian and Sue. Ooh, can't wait to see how this turns out. And also, Bendries loves being able to see the next one right away. Being caught up and having to wait is going to be tough, though. And then there's one that I feel like maybe Val might care about. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Greg, this one's for you. From Rufio Roofbum. Low birth person. You don't know who you're messing with. Val, you don't even know my name. I'm the fucking Lizard King. I knew it. I knew way back when the White Rabbit was first mentioned. So awesome. Look. I play my NPCs with realism, and that means some NPCs think they know things, but they don't know things. That's all I'm saying. Sometimes an NPC thinks they've got all the cards, and they're like, look, I have got 4 aces. And it turns out we're not playing cards because somebody has a gun. So anyhow, the last time we met our antagonists, they had flown away from the planet. They were sort of making their way. This is so far over the course of these 4 seasons, they have been making their way from Drinax to Assis to drop off this young lad that they got who needs to have gender reassignment surgery, and who, they're doing their piracy thing, and they've made their way that way. But in the course of this, their pilot took some drugs that may have been a bad idea because they boost your psionic strength in very, very strong ways, in ways that are perhaps disconcerting. And this allowed their pilot to connect to a psionic battery that is specifically made to allow an ancient warlord to teleport their spirit, their psionic self, their psionic soul, into these clone bodies in case anyone kills them, which functionally gives this person immortality, right? You kill me, that's fine. I'm going to just teleport into a new body, and then I'm going to come back and do bad things. And our Terrica teleported out of the ship in jump space, destroying their original body and jumping into one of these clone bodies. And our antagonists, the rest of the antagonists, immediately went to go and try to track them down. And they have arrived on a small planet called TkTks, which is a planet that nobody goes to because it sucks. There's like 4 million humans and other sophonts, and be 2 million of these little creatures called TkTks, which are reptilian sorts of creatures that these are a little bit different from the other ones. Part of a subspecies of a group called chirpers, and scientists in the world don't really quite know how they got here because they are not native to this planet and they think it's a little bit weird. Nobody knows. And they have arrived. Terrica was trapped in this secret lab with the clone bodies, and Val used the very last bit of soul energy of the Viridian gemstone in that lab. Unknowingly, Val did not know this is what was happening, but was able to channel the last of the soul spirit energy of that stone, basically giving him a bit of a mortal wound, to teleport to where Terrica was. There was a chance to save that spirit, but that did not happen. People made choices. They made choices. Did they know what those choices were? Quint did. Other people maybe less so. And anyhow, but this left up to a very important moment. Now, we also have, on the other hand, so we have Val and Terrica in this secret lab, and we have Severance, the Harlock, and Quint outside of a TkTk village. The TkTks saw Severance and freaked out and ran away. And right now, as we speak, the Harlock and Quint are in the same brain space. They're sort of in a mental brain space together, and they don't really know what's happening on the outside world. Severance is no longer in that psionic brain space, and that is where we left off. There's some other details. You'll find that. Watch last episode. So, the Harlock and Quint. You are currently in this shared brain space with Val and also with Terrica. But physically, you are outside of the stealth ship that you have, the little stealth drop ship, right outside of this TkTk village, and you are all in Terrica's brain space at the moment. I want to open up with you all. Please tell me. Actually, you don't have to tell me anything. I hand it over to you as you are in this space.
Well, this.
Oh, I forgot. Val just said "fuck Drinax," and
Yeah,
there you go.
that's where we ended. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I said good.
So at this point, are we not see? Quint and I were not in the brain space seeing Val and Terrica. Or
You
we
are.
still- Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're in the brain space. But I will note that as the being now is that big battery, that anchor point, is sort of now dead. Your connection is getting static. Your distance is quite far, and you don't have that booster so much. You can still connect. Well, Harlock, you are still basically connected to Val, so you're able to sort of maintain your location in your presence in this psionic space, but you can tell something has shifted and changed because all of a sudden now there's the pressure of distance is wanting to push you out of that space. And it's being reinforced a little bit by somebody who's heavily on drugs right now. So you're able to stay in this psionic space, but the Harlock, you can tell that they are farther away than would normally be possible to maintain this link. And you can also tell that whatever that anchor was, that you saved a version of that earlier, has just expired. And actually, do you remember? I don't know if you do, but I'm sure you do, that when you had inadvertently used the anchor on Marrymore's planet to teleport there, and it depleted the Viridian gemstone, and it wasn't complete, but it was so weak. It was so weak. And you knew that if you were going to teleport back out using that gemstone, it would kill it because it didn't have enough energy left, right? To sort of do that without destroying it. And you did it anyway, but in the process of teleporting out, you were able to sort of pull the small little tiny seed of it with you that Val ate. And
Well, that's last time I had Val, baby.
Val's given birth. I said your mom and dad, but your dad, Harlock, and Val, your mom. So that's how it is. So the thing is, you've felt this before, right? This is not a thing that, and maybe, probably the only person around that might know exactly what this is like is Marrymore, the ancient being who's been doing all of this. But you know that what happened was that now that you know that because Terrica said that there was one of these big Viridian gemstones there. You know that this meant that Terrica making that huge jump through jump space. And you also that when you teleport, if you teleport too far of a distance on a planet, you might just burn up and die because momentum is, it's not good to change altitude too much because the body is through space that, there's heat and, but nonetheless, this is clearly powerful enough that you can do it. And you know that Terrica pulling over depleted that thing, and then Val teleported over using it. And that was basically final throws. It lasted a little bit longer, and you tried to save it. You tried to bring Val's hand and that Viridian stone together to maybe knit them together, which might have kept it alive, but Val resisted, and you felt this being die. And that is actually where we left off, right? You're in this space together, and you tried to save this being, this fragment of a consciousness, as it had been so depleted. And you tried. And this being is a piece of the same being that you saved on Mary Moore's planet, right? It is this thing where these beings are not, at least that piece of Viridian, the one that was in Mary Moore's lab, the one that's actually on Terrica's brooch. These are not separate beings. They are pieces of a larger being, right? Especially now that you became, I don't think you would have known this really as well as you could until this moment when you actually got in proximity of the second sliver, right? That it's like cells, right, of a larger body, and the more of them you get together, i.e. the bigger the chunk of Viridian, the more of the larger consciousness that it has access to. So the brooch itself probably cannot think in the same way that huge 3-foot piece of Viridian did at both of those. But none of those three are separate beings. They're all pieces of a larger being, still able in some ways to be connected into it, feeding back into it and back out.
Well, not anymore.
Well, not anymore. Yeah. But they do have a life. It's like when you cut off a head of an earthworm, the other half still lives. It's that sort of a thing in a way. And in this moment, we start our curtains. We pull back. You have tried to save this piece of the Drinax being, and Val, Quint, and Terrica stopped you from saving it. And with that moment, with you feeling this piece of Drinax die, and then you can sense that the child that you and Val have, the one that is living in Val at the moment, it shifts in some way. Something about it has fundamentally shifted in this moment. And it smells different to you. Psionically. Something big has shifted. And that moment is where we open up our curtain. And I give it to you two over there. Well, actually, all four of you. I hand it to you.
I think at that, Harlock would walk right up to Val and be right in his face.
But psionically.
Yes. Yeah, in this brain space.
Could we describe what the brain space is looking like? This is being hosted by Terrica. Terrica is the host of this brain space at the moment.
Why, Terrica? What does your brain space look like right now, other than covered in drugs?
Well, drug. It's a drug paradise. No, I'm kidding.
White powder everywhere.
A drug
of white. There's rolled up little dollar bills everywhere for your ease.
Credit cards.
The room is made of mirrors for some reason.
That would actually be a really. I'm gonna tuck that idea into the back of my mind for something else. Anyway, so Terrica's brain space historically had been standing on top of Drinax, 1 foot on the star, 1 foot on the planet. that had been kind of the brain space, right? And now the brain space is a black void beneath your feet and the stars and then the sky just above you. And you're not pinned against any one star or against any one planet. It is all of them. Like literally all of them, just in different places all around, above and around to the sides of you. Are Terrica and Val still hugging? Because they were
Yes.
hugging both in meat space and in, okay.
Yes. So we're like, right back in media res.
Oh, okay. Oh, God.
Yeah, so they're all come right up, which I get if they're still hugging, which is right up to both of them. But directed to Val. What have you done?
Survived.
Oh, did you? Because this was going to threaten your survival.
In a manner of speaking, yes.
And would just like turn to Terrica. Well, I thought you cared something about Drinax. Interesting to see that's not the case. And she just turns around, like, not say anything, kind of walks back over to where Quint is briefly, and I think would turn back and just like look at them, and then just she's out of there.
Just let me know if you need help. We're going to be in the stealth ship. You know how to contact if you get to some equipment or reach out. You can,
Quint, Sue has the suit.
great. Good to know.
Terrica's just going to dissolve out of the mental space and back into real space. Real space? Physical space?
They're both real spaces, but physical space. That's good. So you two are in the lab, specifically in the bedroom. Large, round bed with these murals painted on the walls, but the murals themselves are sort of psionically done, right? You're sort of seeing them in your psionic eye. Like they're on the walls, but they don't exist exclusively in physical space, right? They are a mix of psionic and physical, which is why the great figure in the center that's being sort of worshipped by all of these sophonts had looked like Severance and now looks like Terrica. Because
it doesn't look like Val?
No.
Okay.
It looks like Terrica now. The one that is being worshipped by all of the people. The TkTks, the humans, the Vargur, the creatures that sort of look like TkTks but probably much bigger. Creatures, any kind of alien you can imagine. Not all of them, but many of them are all sort of small and bowing and worshipful in front of this figure on a dais. Impressive, large, and as time is moving, that figure, which had once been Severance, is now Terrica.
Love what you've done with the place.
Yeah, that wasn't me. I don't know. It just did that. It was Severance.
All right. He would start to treat their nose and to see if there's any other injury. Are you okay? Vision blurred?
No. I'm fine. And Terrica will take
Medical?
a step or two back.
Can
Yeah,
I
I
get
think I'll
that
do a
medical
medical.
roll?
Yeah.
This one is going to have to be... You can either choose education or intelligence. Intelligence because Terrica is... You're not actually able to do a full diagnosis. You're going to have to do it on the fly by looking. So it is your choice.
Okay. Do I get a boon or... I get an extra bonus because of the implant in their shoulder. but I have my computer, so I get 2, but I do not have Sue with me in any form. Sue's not with
Yeah,
me
that's
at
right.
all. Okay.
So you don't get that bonus for Sue, but you do
I have
have
my-
the chip in, the implant,
Right. The chip and the wrist computer give me okay. So
and
make sure
also you have a boon
Oh, well, I'll definitely
for
take that.
reasons.
Why does he have a boon?
Don't ask
Okay.
questions like that.
I
You don't
can't
want to know
help.
the answer.
I'm a curious cat.
We know
Might
where that
be.
ends up.
Oh,
Woo!
Whoa, dadgum.
an 18. Well. Let's talk about what it means to have a legendary success like that.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, I think we should talk about that. Val, you will be able to diagnose, technically, Terrica, but that's not good enough. I don't feel like a diagnosis is good enough. So, for this extraordinary success, let's talk a bit more about it, shall we? Point 1. Terrica is not okay. I think we're gonna just put it that way. Terrica, it would be hard for you to diagnose this normally because this doesn't make any sense. But partly just having your Viridian hand on their back, something rended a bit of their spirit away from them. It is as if they have a wound, a scraping, that began inside of their psionic self but manifested into their physical body. It looks like a drug overdose, a psionic drug overdose that's just sort of disintegrating their cells on a psionic level and then kind of knit them back together, but temporarily, because whatever this is going to wear off. Also, I hate to tell you this. Sorry, they're on drugs. They're on a lot of drugs. They have clearly taken a dose of this drug, and I'm just telling you that because they are vibrating with psionic energy. And as you are looking and assessing, and you've got your actual medical things, you are kind of seeing through the physical space into that psionic space, and you can see. I'm going to have to ask you what this manifests. I will tell you on my side what it might look like, but what it actually looks like for Val is going to be different, because all that we're seeing, the things I'm telling you, some of the things are physical and they're just there, but some of the things I'm telling you are psionic, which means they're always filtered through your understanding of them. The way I will say it is, there are these tentacles that are coming off of Terrica, searching for connection. And they could be tentacles or ropes or smoke wisps. I don't know. However you want to think about it. But there are these wisps that are like floating off of Terrica to find connections. And one of them is attached to you at the moment. And when you teleported to Terrica, if you go back in time, because this happens through time and space, you were pulled in through by this wisp or rope or tentacle or whatever this looks like for you, which I would love for you to tell me when you get there. But there's clearly something, and you do not get the sense these tethers, these ties, are both Terrica but also not Terrica. They are the drug, because you've seen the drug before in a psionic space, and these tethers are they come from the drug itself, but it's more like Terrica is enhanced. Terrica looks a little bit taller, a little bit bigger. They are glowing almost with psionic power, and that glow is reaching out for connection and intimacy and closeness with others, and it has found you, and you see that yourself, that some of that psionic power is bleeding into you, and you feel a little bit stronger. Your hand is glowing a little bit. You can feel it being warm, and you can feel like the heartbeat, a pulse. there is it's like an energy transfer that is happening from Terrica to you that makes you more powerful as well. You can feel your pulse quicken. If you've ever been on psionic speed, it's sort of a little bit like that. But they have been terribly injured by probably the process of taking this drug. You have only had a contact high before, but that contact high is enough to make anchor points in your body. And now this person with the drugs, their tethers have found those anchor points and are attached to you. You also know, you are not addicted to this drug at the moment, and I'm not even implying anything about other people, I guess. But if you took this drug yourself, you know that you would also start becoming powerful and you would glow. And the two of you together, you can see it. What these tethers want are to connect with each other to amplify and make everything bigger and stronger and more. And right now the tether's looking for the other half for another tether, but you don't have it because you haven't actually taken the drug. But if you did, you know there would be a lot of power. You'd also probably take a lot of damage as the drug works its way in through your body to rework some of who you are to make these connections possible and doable until it wears off. But so on the drugs, exceedingly powerful, wanting connection, connecting to you already, and it's like you can see that the whiff of it puts little fish hook holes for you that people can then hook onto, and those connections are happening. And also, they've been healed, so they had more damage earlier. They have less damage now. Also, Val, you know Terrica. You have known them for a very long time. You've known them from college. You spent a lot of time together. I want to ask you a question. How much have you paid attention over the course of your relationship with them to what Terrica looks like, to details? Do you know if they have any freckles? How well do you know Terrica?
I would say, again, being realistic, I think the way that Val is, he is drunk in every conceivable detail of them. He would know them, not intimately, but he would know them as any best friend would know anybody else, So it would be, I would say, I'm not sure if anybody would know, and obviously Ari can contest this, but I'm not sure anybody would know Terrica better than Val, if that makes sense.
Would you say that Val has good attention to detail?
When he wants to, yes.
So, Terrica has had little scars on their hands, little burns, little scars from working, you know what I mean? On ships, fixing things, and lots of little ones. Which that is what I was told by the player, which says to me that maybe Terrica has not always cared about their safety as much as they've cared about other people's safety. We can read into what that means in however we want, but none of those scars are there. Their hands are completely pristine of any of the little scars and burns that they had just a few hours, the last time you saw them. And any sort of imperfection, perfect imperfection, any bit of that kind of weathering or a break or a bone, anything that might have developed on Terrica's body after they were born is not present. No scars, no burns. if there was any sort of thing that might have happened when they were 12 or 15 or 20 or 25 or 27 that might be marked on their body, none of those things are present. Their body is perfectly aged to about the same age. You know, it could be 30, could be 35, somewhere early 30s, but perfect. No weathering, no aging, no evidence of having lived a life is present.
Okay, I have a question to ask you, Trooper. As this was an
Absolutely. Yes.
18, and because Val has extensive knowledge on Severance and Severance's situation,
Yes.
would it be realistic for him to be able to come to the conclusion that this could not be Terrica's body that was healed into this state or augmented into this state or enhanced into this state, and that this is a new
Yes.
biological organism?
Yes.
Would that?
Yes. And it is an 18, right? So, and you are connected and looking not only through your physical eye, but your psionic eye with your medical knowledge. And you also had this thing with the drugs before. This is a new organism. The only way this works is if it was... I don't want to say this. You know, Terrica, you don't have to hear this if you don't want to. This comes from their genetic material. The only way this works is if somebody took their genetic material, probably after they were born, and harvested that genetic material and then used it to make a set of clones. So someone had access to their genetic material probably from birth and has handed it over to someone who has created this copy. But, and this I would say you could tell because of its psionic nature. Everything about this organism is exactly the same as the Terrica you know. And you also have your machine, so you're seeing things, right? Except that if you were a regular doctor, boom, 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 right? It's fine. But this is a clone. You've seen it with Severance. There's like slightly different chemical reactions, very subtle, but slightly different chemical reactions that you can tell are there. This is the same thing with Severance, but also this body isn't the same. It's exactly the same, but something is different. When you look at their head, and I'm going to say this again, and I want you to tell me what this all looks like within Val's mind space. Their brain is bigger. Not their physical brain, but their psionic brain is bigger. This is exactly the Terrica you know, but there has been some alterations to make accommodations for someone with a bigger psionic self. If you're going to jump into a body and you are perhaps a millennial, a 300,000-year-old warlord with a lot of psionic power, you need a body that can handle and hold that power. And this body physically... Look, don't believe in the mind-body split, don't believe in the psionic physical space split. These things are always intertwined. It's bigger, right? There has been an accommodation for someone much more powerful to be in this body when the time comes. So what does this all look like for Val?
For Val, this would be set into the terms that he would, and it would be a default thing. And this is not like Val kind of placing this type of appearance onto Terrica, but this would be from his youth, from back on his home planet, which is dominated by agriculture. It is, it's just endless fields, endless livestock. It's all it is a huge world of, it's a garden, really.
Yeah.
And so, the only really kind of determination in that changes the way that everything looks is the storm. And so when a storm would roll in, this is what he sees. He sees thunderheads that are moving like just beneath the surface of Terrica's physical form. And as these like little like licks come off of them, it looks like lightning strikes to him. It looks like just a bolt of lightning. And when it would hit like anywhere near Val or hit one of his, like, you know, like you said, like the touchstones or the anchor points, he would attempt to take that and shunt it into his hand and then release the pressure like a tea kettle, just,
Mhm.
you know, drawing it off and almost like exactly like a pressure gauge, just to make
Yeah.
sure that there isn't too much energy, because he sees the
Yeah.
mind isn't quite sure what that means. Is there too much power? Is there, so he's kind of drawing it off to make sure that the pressure regulates inside Terrica. But he's more concerned now as he watches the storm inside of his friend. He's more concerned as to whether or not this is his friend.
Mhm.
And so, locking eyes with Terrica, he would drop a hand onto their shoulder to kind of even like glean or like absorb more of that energy and shunt it off if he can. Um, and he would ask the following: "What's my favorite drink?"
Blend of eternity. Why are you asking?
A tear would roll down his cheek. What
Erica would
happened?
like brush it away.
This isn't your
I
body.
know.
What did they do to you?
I don't know. But there were a lot of me in that room.
Show
I
me.
burned them. I burned them. There was, and Terrica will just like thread their fingers through Val's fingers and then bring him into the lab room where there's like the pods, the empty pods, and the empty cages. I don't think they cleaned up any of the blood on the floor,
There's a lot of
but
blood.
there's like bags of ashes now in different areas of the lab. And they'll just wave toward where the pods are and they'll say, uh, I don't know. I mean, I think I'm me, but I'm not. So
And Val, in this lab, so you know the place you're at is a subterranean cave. But it's clearly been worked, right? This is sort of underground. This is some sort of cave system, but it doesn't feel like a cave. It feels like someone's home. And you went from this bedroom down a hallway, the doorways are these irises, so they're very sort of high tech irises that sort of that open up and close. And when they take you down this hall and you go through one of these irises off to your left. When you walk into this lab, just this large lab, and you have in the center of this lab it's like a medical chair with like electrodes, like a little helmet kind of a thing, empty, that has cables going into this 3-foot gemstone, viridian green, that is now dull, and cables going from that gemstone to the the chair. 7 cables going from the chair to each of these empty pods, and then there are cables going from the viridian gemstone to these cages, 10 of them, and there is dried, sticky, tacky blood, probably about a week old, you would say, as a medical expert, on the floor by the cages, sometimes dripping on this stone. And in the back, there is this very large mainframe, sort of taking up quite a bit of the space, that is whirring. There's some little warning lights on it, and you can see a shunt. It looks like Terrica is hacking into this thing, but it takes a long time to hack into a supercomputer, right? And so the Terrica's sort of algorithms are sort of going, probably needs to be adjusted. There's like a desk with books and papers and a chair. The desk is made of wood and is sort of comfortable, but lots of notes on there and this sort of large computer. And in the back, there's a medical incinerator. And there are bits of skeleton, finger here or there. It's a really homey, nice sort of a place. There are torture implements by the cages, like a fire poker, a scalpel, creepy torture instruments that clearly are used not for medical purposes, but more for torture purposes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. These pods are not like low birth pods. You might think they're like low birth pods, but they clearly have a lot more technology that you're not aware of, and they're not necessarily meant to do the exact same thing, but they're similar. Like there's a similar echo, but they do have a bit of a if psionicness smells like a fresh, like that you know how the air smells right before there's a thunderstorm, right before it breaks, there's that smell. And if that is the smell of psionics, let's say for Val, they all smell like that. Each one of them has this smell, right, of rapidly dissipating psionic energy.
He would take a moment to kind of drink all this in, and then turn to Terrica. Where did you wake up? In the chair or one of these?
No, one of the pods. And they'll point to the pod that they woke up in.
He'll go over to the one that they indicate, and if there's any, is there any like data, medical data? Is there, the equivalency of a chart, that is monitoring, vitals or something like that? He wants to download anything that he can if there's just a local type of from the pod that they indicated.
You can download some data. There is a bit of a trickiness here, and that is you do not understand the language. It is not in a script that you understand. You can tell that this is language and data, but you don't understand the script. You've never seen it before, and you don't know what it says. You might need time to work on deciphering or trying to figure out who might know it, but there is a language that's involved in all of the technology. You can see it like in the readouts. This is not a language you know.
He would
It's
say
sort of
the
glyph-like,
following. Yeah, he would say the following. He would say, Sue, run the translator, the logic translator. And then he'd realize that Sue's not there.
You're alone.
Fuck. And he would just start downloading. He would just get as much as he can to look at later.
Terrica will, while he's doing that, go and check on the microdiscs and reset their program so that it continues to hack the mainframe.
Yeah, because if you do not monitor it pretty regularly, the security protocol of that computer will just boot you out, right? So you're going to have to, and you have to like, the security wants to come and like fight you off, and you've got to like, nope, like just adjust that thing so that cannot like correct, like, because you're basically introducing little errors, right? Slowly, little bit by little bit, so you can actually just get through the security. The security is going to pay attention and try to fix them, so you just have to keep, you've got to be a little virus, but you have to do it by hand, just little bit by little bit.
Just a little intentional virus. I do think Terrica, as they go to like, they would hold on to Val's hand until the last minute when they have to let go because of distance, right? Like they're not going to just drop Val's hand. And after they get done with the mainframe, they're going to come back and they're going to stand beside him.
Let's see.
Those glyphs, they're on everything. And Terrica like nods toward the desk, like, I've got pictures of everything I can. Also, there's a ship.
Is there anyone else alive here?
No. At least, not that I've found yet, but Oh no, the robots told me that there's no one.
The robots.
Yeah, there's 2 robots. I put them on the ship. They're guard dogs of some kind.
Those robots still are in this lab. Well, they're in this complex, but they have sort of gone off to patrol. You haven't seen them again.
Oh,
But
I thought
they're
I told
around.
him to go. I thought I told him to go get the ship ready and then stay on the ship.
Yes, but that means they're in the launch bay, the hangar.
Hangar?
They're in the hangar. Thank you.
How far have you gone? This room, the bedroom, where else?
That's it. I couldn't let them just. And Terrica will like turn to look at where the cages are, and then they'll just sort of stop talking.
And you just woke up in this, and he indicates the pod.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We need to get everything we can.
It's downloading. I have to stay close because you can't just hack it. You have to reset it every so often to keep it.
Have you seen anything physical, not digital data? I need samples, medicine. And he doesn't want to say, if you're a clone, you will have separate types of medicine, separate types of pharmaceutical agents. Anything would have to be geared specifically, just like Severance, he's assuming. And so he would, have you seen anything, an infirmary, some type of sick bay, a place for treatment, for biological treatment, not research?
We could look.
The pods.
This will take some more time.
That's what he's looking
Terrica?
for, Trooper.
Yeah, Terrica, the pods.
But would they know that they got injected with anything in the pods because they passed
You
out?
felt it. Remember?
Oh, okay.
I described that you
Okay.
felt like when you're getting an IV, like the cold, that cold feeling when something.
Right.
Because whenever they give you, like, if they don't warm up that IV fluid, it's like super cold going into your veins, and you're like, and you felt that right before you sort of drifted out, and so that would be your sense that those pods are also medical.
So Terrica would start then like looking along the sides of the pods to see like where's the needle or whatever. And whenever they find it, then they're gonna like tap that area and be like, actually, no, the pods did something, so there has to be something in here.
Val would be, since Terrica would know Val better than, again, anybody, Val is scared. And you haven't seen Val scared on maybe just a handful of occasions. The reason for that is, and Trooper, I'm going to try to get as much out of that 18 as I can because it relates
absolutely.
to it. If Terrica is indeed a clone now, that means that anything that Val has that is the equivalent of like a generalized drug that's supposed to do a specific thing will not work on them. Is that correct? Just like it does with Severance. Severance had the
Sometimes
same
it works, but I mean, Severance had a problem. He became super addicted to just like aspirin, and then some things that were normal just had a really bad effect, and then some things had none, and some things had more. So like, it's basically you're gonna have to like hit and miss, right? That's how it was with Severance.
But again, psionically though, he's seeing signs of severe addiction to the psionic drug, and so there is So that would be his concern, because at this point, which he does not state out loud, and he does everything in his power to not allow this to slip through his thoughts, his idea right now is if something happens to Terrica, that he would have to treat them, that he wouldn't be able to do what he normally does, and he might not be able to do anything. What happened with the Harlock is kind of on his mind right now. Those engineered drugs have to be specific or they can kill you. And so that's why he's getting he's scared and frantic as he falls on the pod trying to find out exactly what kind of cocktail is in there that he can extract.
Val, what are you looking for? I can help. What are you?
I just need to find what they were giving you. I need to bring it with us.
Okay. All right. So, and Terrica will like go look around the lab to see if they can find any tools to start prying apart the pod for Val.
And while you are doing that, with Val looking towards the pod that Terrica had come out of, that specific one, is looking through this to sort of see what's getting inside, and Terrica's looking for tools to help, and this massive mainframe is ticking away, and the sort of the desk full of diaries and notes and a little desk lamp is sort of sitting there. We're going to move over to go back to our village, our TkTk village, where the Harlock and Quint have stepped out of the mental space. And Sue stands, this combat suit, standing silent next to you both. And when you sort of come out of the mental space, you are next to your stealth dropship, your stealth shuttle. Suit is there. The Harlock is there. Quint is there. Severance is not there. Severance was there, but is no longer there. And you have before you this very camouflaged TkTk village that is not really visible from above. Hard to realize it's a village from... You're this close so you can see it now, but it's one of those things that if you did not know it was already there, or you could not track them psionically, it would be hard to find this. And I will also note that tracking them psionically was a little bit difficult as well. It's as if the camouflage is also psionic camouflage, so that they could try to avoid being caught by a millennial-old warlord who captures them and tortures them to death. For example, that's just like a hypothetical. But the village itself is sort of empty, right, with this evidence of hasty retreat. And if anyone would like, you may make an intelligence recon roll.
Yes. I would always like. But your sound did something wild.
Your sound did weird.
Did it? That's weird.
Now it's great.
It's as if you were in psionic space.
Psionic space. Do you want us both to roll?
Each one of you is a different person and can certainly roll.
Okay,
it's
so
gonna be jack of all trades for me.
Recon, what's that again? Sorry.
Intelligence, because that's like in the moment.
Fabulous.
Oh, that's really good for not having recon specifically.
10.
Good. So let me ask you both before I say anything.
Mm-hmm.
When you come out of psionic space and the world around you becomes real, do you know what I mean? Like the overlay sort of goes away and you kind of see the space again. What is the first thing that you're thinking about or looking for? Like when you first come out, what is your first instinct? Like you're reorienting yourself into the world around you, the physical space around you. What is the first place your eyes or your mind goes?
Well, I think for the Harlock, having done this a minute or two before, the first thing every single time is to be like, all right, who's nearby? Who could it be attacking?
Yeah.
Do I need to hide? Do I need to, what do I need to do now that I'm back in actual space?
Yeah.
And remembering kind of, she's not quite as worried because the TkTks seemed very not like they were going to, launch an attack or anything like that, but would be curious about like, what are they doing? What's their deal? Could anyone else be around? Is Severance hovering around somewhere in the shadows? Etc.
And Quint, what about you? You have not really been in psionic space like this too many times before.
It's a little
you have before.
Sorry.
Surprise!
Not too many times though, yeah.
Not too many times. And there's a bit of a difference between like getting the call and being in the room, like
Yeah,
virtual reality
I've only
versus the
been in
phone call. This
room,
was
like before,
yeah.
like once, and it wasn't
Yeah.
with these people.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's a second where Quint is just like, whoa, equilibrium, bearings, and then because only because of the last words that Val said was, "Hey, Sue is in the suit." I'm gonna look to Sue. That's gonna be the first place I look, and then afterwards it'll be to check for TkTks because it's like Sue, yes, Verdian. Wait, TkTks. Like that's Quint's thought process. Yeah.
So I will give you both slightly different things because your instincts are going to slightly different places.
Wonderful.
Sure.
And I'm going to start with, for dramatic purposes, Quint. You look to Sue. Sue looks to be on alert, as if protecting you all from any kind of invader or attacker. Sue has been given directives to keep you all safe. And Sue is, you can tell, in that mode. However, I need to give you a vibe check, if you don't mind.
I'd
with
love a
that
vibe
13.
check.
Sue does not seem alarmed. Sue seems on standby, as if nothing distressing has happened. They have not noticed anything
Wonderful.
distressing. Everything is
Love it.
fine, right? The Harlock. There is evidence of a struggle here.
Okay.
On the
They
ground,
kidnapped the Severance. The TkTks jumped him.
that is correct. The TkTks have kidnapped Severance. That's just what it is. Like you can see, like it's in the ground. It's in the dirt, right? Like this evidence of like being dragged, like little tick feet here. Absolutely yes. The answer is TkTks have jumped Severance and have taken Severance.
Well,
Like,
he's
my
gone
time
now.
has come. Pitchforks and torches, revenge.
We're gonna come across him. And he's gonna be on a little spit.
Oh,
just
space. Yeah,
just
I'm
burning.
looking forward to it. Can't wait.
That's gonna be like, oh well, that's too bad for you.
But I do want to note, it does not seem as if Sue saw anything. Sue does not seem as if they have been triggered by any kind of activity. So this those are your two pieces together,
They
right?
psionically jumped him.
Or something along those lines,
Or
yes,
something like that.
perhaps.
Invisibly, psionically.
Yes,
Oh, that's festive.
yes. You don't have this kind of technology. You do not know it. You've not done it. But it would be like you're thinking the Harlock, like maybe a psionic cloak. The only thing about psionic cloaks is
Work against a robot though?
that's the problem. That's the problem, my dearest Harlock. That is the thing that would not make sense to you. You're like, well, if it's a psionic cloak, it should really only work against people with
If it was
psionic
just
eyes.
a regular robot, that might be the case. Oh.
So what you just asked, Rockhead, is the question that you need to ask, because that does not make sense. If they have a psionic cloak, they could probably cloak from you and clearly Quint, but this is a robot suit, and so that does not make sense. They should not be able to cloak from a robot suit that doesn't have psionic powers. However,
Sure.
I'm gonna roll real quick.
Please do.
I would love to just curious. I'd like to roll. Let's do. Let me do telepathy
Okay.
on Sue.
Oh, that's a move.
It is a move. It's one we're gonna make. So,
Okay. Before you roll,
I want to know what's
I
going
need
on
to-
in there.
yeah, before you roll, I need to bring up a rule for the moment, because rules for me are I love rules. I love mechanics and I love rules, and I love them for very specific reasons. And this
Okay.
moment right here is one of those reasons when I love rules the most. So there is a difficulty number that you have to roll to connect psionically with someone with telepathy. And there are two different numbers. There's the number.
Who have psionic ability, and one for people who don't.
That is correct. So if you
Like
wanted, if you wanted to telepathically connect to someone who is not psionic, that's quite difficult.
But it's been done.
It's just that it's much more difficult to do. It's a difficulty of 10, right?
Sure.
But if it is a psionic person, a person who has telepathy, it's a 4.
The Harlock is going right now based on the idea that Sue actually is a psionic person.
Please roll your mind link, and your difficulty is 4. Go ahead.
Let's see. Why don't we?
I have so much joy right now.
14.
14. Okay, so
Why, that's
again,
a 10 above a 4.
that is a 10 above. Just to note, 1, if it's a robot, you're not going to be able to connect with them with that power. You, as a Zodani agent, have the ability to psionically connect with machines. Nobody else here does. Just you. Because that is one of your very, very special Zodani or scary powers. But you did not use that power. You decided to use the power that you would to connect with a being that is psionic.
I've got a feeling.
For a computer program. That's weird. What do you say?
So I think what would happen is were you watching this, you'd see like kind of zoom out on the eyes and then kind of Sue. And then what you would see is that the Harlock is kind of standing at not like a closed door, I guess, kind of. Would probably look like being on the ship, to be perfectly honest. But there's nobody there. The ship's empty. And standing in front of one of just the doors. It could be anybody's door, but it's not anybody's door. It's Sue's door. And knocks on it.
I'm going to note for the record, this doesn't make any sense according to what everybody knows. This is just a computer program. As you knock on the door, silence, no response. Nobody's home. Nothing is there. This clearly did not work. A beat. Another beat. Do you knock again?
I think first, before knocking again, the Harlock would just place a hand on the door. And not rolling anything, but just kind of trying to get a vibe. This is the Harlock vibe check.
Yeah. The room is not empty, but they're not answering the door.
And would kind of lean forward and say a little more softly and less aggressive, I guess. Sue, are you in there?
Hello. I'm doing a diagnostic right now.
May I come in?
Of course.
And I imagine the door would just... It would sound more door-like than that, but...
And you see Sue, and Sue is in this room, a bedroom, I guess. And the bedroom is... It's on the ship. And there are posters everywhere inside the room. And there's like a wardrobe, but like it's like a rack of clothes. And there's a bed. Hey, the Harlock. So
Hey, Trooper.
there are all of these posters of Quint on the walls.
Oh. My.
In a costume that you've not seen before, hanging from silks, like in performance. they're all over half of the walls. It's actually a little bit weird because I'm going to give you half and I'm going to give you more than two halves, but just again.
This is brain space.
Yeah. And there are all these like posters of Quint dancing, but then also Quint dancing with someone whose face you can't see. But it doesn't look like Sue's body, but it does also look like Sue's body, but also not. There's like a doubling in there in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the other side, the other half of the room, there are all of these. Let's forget that side. Let's go back to the Quint side. That's nicer. Dancing. This figure is dancing with Quint. It's like all those posters you'd see for Cirque du Soleil for Vegas, and it's like blue, and there's like smoke, and it's very, very exciting looking. And that side of the room is fairly clean and put together well. Then the other half of the room, again, let's just ignore that part. Let's just go to the third half. The third half is completely empty, as if it's cleaned out, and you can see little bits of paper and tacks if there had been things there, but they had been ripped down, and there's like a little bloody handprint there, and it's your child.
I was going to say, is it a baby handprint? Is that what we're?
Yes, it is. And there's like burned onto the walls a little bit. Like there's like a tree, very faint. Like it sort of reminds you of some of the like pictures of Drinax before the fall that you'd had been seen when you're in your training. Just very faint, like just echoes. And that small, like bloody handprint from a baby there, and that place is just completely empty. And there are some just like little bits of sap, a couple of leaves there. Then there's the third half of the room. I don't know if you want to hear it.
I'm ready. I just
okay.
I'm holding onto my butt.
Well, the third half of the room has got wheat and like bamboo mats on it, sort of growing up the walls. Guitar is hung on a hook, and there are these posters there again, and they are not so much with the dancing. There's no Quint there. How do I describe what it is? There are these pictures in this poster of Sue, as you know Sue. Sue looking proud and happy, and like a Val who's probably 10 or 11 or 12, and they're standing together just like father and son in the most loving and caring way. And are these sort of like posters of Sue just looking so proud of Val. And then there are these posters of Sue stabbing someone and blood everywhere, just stabbing someone, and there's like blood and gore all over Sue's hands and spattered all over Sue's body. And then there's Val also smiling and proud, covered in blood, just drenched in it, as like Sue has just got a body that he's killed. And then you can see Sue and Val just eating body parts in one poster, just eating them. And then you can see Sue is 12 and Val is older. Val's age. And Val is forcing chunks of bloody flesh into Sue's mouth, and Sue is crying. These are just lovely posters on the wall. And there is this like strange mix of love and care. Scenes of Val taking care of Val taking care of Sue when Sue's a child and injured, and then Sue taking care of Val when Val's a child and injured, and then Sue beating Val, and then Val beating Sue, and then it's not always clear which one is Sue and which one is Val. And then there are a lot of dead bodies. there are these posters of all these dead bodies, and the dead bodies are clearly being tortured, and there's this scrawl in blood on the wall just over saying, help me, help me, help me, help me, just scrawled in blood all over that wall. And it's very beautiful, the fields.
No.
It's very nice.
Mm.
And it's this weird mix of like, it feels so homey and so lovely, but also it's just a scene of abuse and torture the entire time, right? But then mixed between like sort of loving moments, and all of that is there. And the help me, help me, help me seems to be in two different writing styles.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's Sue. You see Sue. Sue's in the middle of the room, and Sue's on his hands and knees, and he's picking up little grains of rice and putting it into a bag. Just picking up grains of rice and putting it into a bag, and the entire floor has got grains of rice and little kernels of wheat just spread throughout the floor. And he is concentrated on his hands and knees, just picking up and counting each grain of rice and wheat one by one and putting them into like a burlap sack. And you can tell that he's been picking up and counting this rice for some time now, probably since you all went into psionic space. Maybe not exactly, maybe a little bit after, like, when the TkTks came, and he's there picking up the rice, and he doesn't seem to be aware of your entrance. And he looks a little different.
Okay, so Sue does not look like how Sue has appeared on the ship before.
Mostly, but different. Like, a little younger, a little more handsome. It's more like actually like you had two sort of, you've seen Sue as like an older Johnny Cash, and you've seen Sue sort of like flicker into kind of like a Rudolph Valentino. Now Sue sort of looks like a young handsome Johnny Cash. Sort of like those two sort of bits have melded a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think going in, the Harlock takes all of this in, and then kind of walking around the periphery to get closer to where Sue is, walks through the second of three halves, and then just passing by slowly, kind of puts a hand over where the little handprint is, and just stands there for a moment, and then
You
walks
notice that half has gotten a little bit smaller. Like that space is just losing space. The wall is still there, the handprint is still there, but that half is no longer a full half now. It's getting a little smaller.
Yeah, so the Harlock puts the hand on the print, and then, like, as walking past just after a brief pause, slides her hand against the handprint and, like, pulls some of that onto her own hand, and then kind of continues to circle the room until standing back over, I imagine Sue's kind of on the ground, so standing kind of back over the shoulder, and leans down, looks over. What
Can you
number?
make a roll for me?
Sure.
Psionic?
Yeah.
Let's see. I feel like
got it.
should probably be telepathy.
Okay.
Is what I'm going to guess on this one. I think it should be clairvoyance. Either clairvoyance or telepathy. Either one. It's up to you.
We're gonna go with telepathy if I can make the choice.
Please. It's a little different. Different impact,
That is a 13.
Spend one of your psi points, of course, and the other one for connecting in.
Yeah.
The blood on your hand that you got, it's still resonating with some life. Not much. It's fading. But when you wipe it onto your hand, you get a couple of brief flashes. And the first flash you get is Drinax. It is Drinax a couple hundred years ago, or longer, it's unclear, but it is alive, it is green, it is lush, it is, there's rivers, there are trees, and it feels very far away, and it feels like you want to go home, or at least the blood does. And then there's that little flicker of like Aslan ships coming and then nuclear bombs from orbit and pain and being stripped away and this sort of terrible being burned alive and then being alone and cold. But that's only a small brief flicker. But you get this strange confusion and you see Terrica. But more clearly you see Terrica's brooch. And Terrica's brooch is looking at you. And the blood in your hand, the flicker, you know that Terrica's brooch is a piece of the same being as your child. And there is something that you know that maybe nobody else does in this moment. When your child was dying, and you realize it was dying twice, because you can kind of see it. It was dying in the lab as it was being ripped to pieces. And then you see it in a moment in Val's hand, that it was living there and then Val killed it? Or it died there too? And you can see in your mind's eye it running, trying to find a place to flee, to hide, to live, to breathe. Some body that it can live in, but it can only live in Viridian. And it can only live in its own body. And there was, very close to that moment of death, one piece of Drinaxian Viridian in close proximity, and it is the brooch. And you can see that the child, being that close, millimeters to the brooch, was able to slip its very small seed into that brooch right at the moment when it was being killed, because it was right there and it just slipped inside the brooch. But you can also feel that that brooch is way too small, that it's so small that it's not enough. It's not enough for it to really be able to be fully, like you can feel it being constrained into this such a small piece of self. But you know that it is hiding this little piece of it, that it's alive and it's hiding in the only place it could go, and that is in Terrica's brooch.
Okay.
But you see that it was tortured just like the other one, the same one. It's the same one, right? But it was tortured again. And you can see it being tortured and ripped of its soul when Terrica comes into the body. And then when Val teleports into that space, you can just see its entire sense of self being stripped away and flayed and fueled, burned like wood, as if some being much older sees a living, feeling creature as nothing more than a battery. That whenever you need something, you just rip off a piece of its flesh and throw it into the fire, keeping it alive. And you can just see that this happened just 15 minutes ago. It's so fresh. And you can see it looking at you. And it sees you, and you are large like storm, glowing, and you're trying to save it. And you see, because at the moment you are it, not you. You're both, but you see you trying to stop this thing from healing itself, from like stopping other people from stopping it from healing itself. And I don't know how the Harlock felt when they failed, but this little creature, this being, this sliver, this slice, sees you, and you are beautiful. You are powerful. You are everything. And in that moment when you tried to save it, you opened a channel, and it used that channel to get into the brooch. And so much of it is gone, but a little core seed was able to make it into the brooch because you were there. And you gave it a path. But it's hurt.
Yeah, I think at that point, seeing all of that, there would be like this, again, so briefly, as the Harlock is not the most expressive of types. But if anyone were in the space would see just a really brief little bit of relief kind of cross over, which would be the very bare minimum of like micro expression.
Yeah.
And there would be a very profound moment of like seeing how the seed saw her, which would be very, because that's not how, I mean, she's not trained for that, she's not raised for that, like that part of what could have been was just like stripped away through like all the training and all of this. So there is this moment of like, oh, like I could save something and not just, I'm not always just killing things. Which I think is she, in this time and place, is not the time and place for her to really gnaw on it, but it's tucked away in one of those files toward the front of the filing cabinet.
And Sue looks less confused than you've seen Sue in a long time.
And still counting?
Still counting.
Sue?
Yes?
What number are you at?
Oh, 5,637. 8. 5,600. Yes.
And how many, not exact number wise, but how much of it's still across the floor?
It seems like it will never end. I don't think Sue sees it, but when Sue takes one of these kernels and puts it in the bag, another one pops up on the edge of the room.
We're gonna do a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna slide this your way. You can tell me if this is a thing that I can do. I would like to roll for my Zodani psychic power.
Yep.
Because this is psionic space. Someone may have a little leg up here in ways that would not be in the rig. I mean, she can move things around anyway, but in this particular space with that happening, it sounds like perhaps a good old-fashioned healing is in order.
Indeed, please.
So we're gonna lay some hands. That's an 8. I want this to be spectacular. I'm gonna add some luck.
Okay.
Let's see, I don't know where my luck is. Wait. There she is. I'm gonna add 3.
3. That's a good number. 3 is a very good number. This is what I need to tell you. If you don't mind, can you roll me a d6? Because you have a boon for this, for a reason I will tell you in a moment.
I would love to. That's 6.
Right, so that takes you to a 13. actually, plus
Hey.
the other 3. You reach out to heal. Why do you have that boon? You have the boon because as you reach out to heal Sue, you recognize this place. Not this place, but you recognize a psionic trap. Because you were in one not too long ago.
Seen one of those.
You have seen one of those when you were in Marrymore's lab, the other one. There was a psionic trap. By the way, there was a psionic trap in the other lab. There's probably a psionic trap in the lab where Val and Terrica
Yeah,
are
there is.
right now. Yeah, just might occur to you because you're like,
that's a psionic trap. That's not just drugs.
yes. Yep. And it's the maze, right? It's the maze. And this maze, you know, is meant to look like something that Sue is already used to doing. He goes into diagnostics, and this is what it looks like. And so somebody has fooled him into thinking that he's in an endless diagnostic, right? It's that circle, right, that you'll never get out of, but you don't even realize you're in it. And to heal him, you need to heal his mind out of the loop, right? To draw him out of the loop.
Yeah, I think what would happen is I want to invoke a little fairy tale, a little bit of fairy tale here. So she would reach down and put a hand on his shoulder, the one that's closest to her, and I imagine he would kind of slow pan, look up to see what she's doing, and then he would look, and her other hand is out, and kind of similar vibe to the storm thing because she enjoyed that, holding a hand out, and there's like this glowing at the end of it, and then kind of from all corners of the room come the, one would say they probably look like mice, but they're made of like light almost, just pure psionic brightness. And they start coming out just like in endless droves, and just coming out and grabbing all the little things and then running them up into the bag. And then like as soon as one drops one in the bag, it just disappears, and running them up.
Yeah. And in this flurry of moment, the rice and the wheat kernels, they cannot reproduce fast enough. And these little motes of mice just run them all into the bag. And he goes, "Oh, I'm done.
You are.
Thank you." And he stands up, using your hand to help stand himself up. "Oh, I'm supposed to be watching over you. I hope I have not been away too long. I bet it's only been a minute or 2.
Only has been.
It's good to see you."
It's good to see you too. It's and kind of looks at the two sides of the room, and then like kind of lingers for a minute on the Quint side, because I don't think she's really seen much of that before.
That's a thing.
I think would be new. And then looking at the other side,
there's a lot of Quint there.
Yeah, maybe in a way that might feel a little uncomfortable if meta we didn't really know what that was all about.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think at that you'd say, yes, only a minute or 2. I, after all this, shall like to return.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll join you. And he opens the door to his room, and you can see that 1/3 half is just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. You don't know how long the evidence of it ever being there will last, but it's going away.
Well, at the very least, there is no reason for it to be there anymore. For we will find a different room.
And Sue steps out of the room and into physical space and turns to Quint. "Ah, Quint, it's good to see you again."
Yes, good to see you as well. How are
Yes.
you? Noticing that like there's probably like no movement from the Harlock and Sue for a minute, and probably was like, "Hello." Oh,
I imagine
man.
after Quinn says that, the Harlock would just kind of mutter like, "Yes, it's good to see you too. After having seen so much of you."
Quint just looks like confused. Like, okay, not gonna dig into that one.
The suit, this fairly large combat suit, steps towards you, by the way, Quint.
That's fine.
It has weapons.
That's fine.
It's full
I
of
have an
armor.
axe.
It's
Yeah,
very
my axe cuts
large.
through a lot of armor, and I know it's Sue in the suit. So why would I be concerned? Why would I be
It's
worried?
Murderous AI in a combat suit?
I'm a murderous human.
And the suit steps closer to you.
Hmm.
Hold on. I think I'm gonna need.
Oh my god.
If he punches me, then I do something about it. Like,
I mean, listen, we're not talking about Terrica, who has a very
Val's
large
not
beard.
here. It's Quint, so, and Sue, and Harlock. So, until proven otherwise, Quint's gonna be completely fine.
I'm sure it's all right.
Yeah.
And no, I want something that's even creepier. Hold on. Let me get the creepiest thing I can get.
Having seen that room, I, Rocket, would expect that like the suit picks up and just or walks forward, just picks Quinn up and then just carries them away. Just
Just
carried away and goes into a room, and then they are just in that room together forever.
So the suit,
Yeah.
full of weaponry and murderous ability,
Nice.
large, dangerous,
Classy. Love it.
steps closer to Quint. And closer.
Yeah.
Inches away from Quint. Step by step. Inch by inch. And then the
Slow burn.
combat mech arms move through space towards Quint. These arms could probably crush someone easily.
Oh yeah.
Arms coming out, and then
Crush me. No.
one hand slides behind the small of Quint's back, and the other reaches out for your hand.
Quint will just, there's an eyebrow raise of wasn't expecting this, but isn't gonna complain about it, and is a bit curious, and will place the hand in their hand.
And then the suit begins to dance,
Oh,
pulling you in semi-close embrace for a dance. And it is not exactly a waltz because it's a little bit more athletic in the sense that there are a lot of lifts.
So it's almost like a Viennese waltz, but mixed with you know, I'm gonna say it like Dancing with the Stars, because that's not actual just partner waltzing. That's like a
Yes.
routine that you do with a lot
Yes.
of pre-programmed lifts and things built in. Yeah,
Yes.
that's all. Thank you. That's my shade for tonight, everyone. Is,
that's fine.
But also, I don't know if you know this about that suit. It has anti-grav abilities because it can
Oh.
fly.
yeah, yes,
and-
I've been training actually to get into a similar suit.
Yes.
Training a back
Yes.
suit. So.
And do you remember your routines when you're on the silks? Do you remember the way that you move your body through space when you're on the silks?
Mm-hmm.
The lifts are very reminiscent to you being on silks.
Okay.
And that happens just a dance that is almost a routine back when you're in the cirque.
Mm-hmm.
And the Harlock, that is what you see.
I mentioned there's like Quint is just kind of lost in like memory and like muscle memory to a certain
We don't
extent
have
for a moment.
time for this.
And then there's like a deep dip, and it's probably at the end. It's probably not a long dance. It's probably just a few bars of music of what it would have been. And then Quint just is like in a deep dip and goes, "I wasn't expecting that." Just kind of upside down in that dip, looking at Harlock.
Are you two done?
Oh, well, all right. and then just like the little anti-grav servos sort of end, and that dip, which was not on the ground, sort of like you sort of get gliding back down to the surface of the ground.
Slow levitation, just.
Listen, I'm not here to ruin your dance party, but there'll be time for this later.
Oh,
Where is Severance?
Well, I guess. And kind of looks down and gestures at all the tick feet and all this stuff.
Oh, they jumped him, didn't they?
oh,
So it appears that way.
no, I would have kept everybody safe. There was nobody here.
Mm. And it kind of leans over to Quint, even though not Sue would hear anyway, so it's not like just lower him, but she leans over just to show that's just for Quint. They had some sort of psionic cloaking, which evidently is much more effective than one might have first anticipated.
I am not completely shocked.
Well, after all this, and indicates the anyway, and kind of looks out to see like the TkTks are still.
You can't see them.
Okay.
They seem to have
Absconded.
left.
I was almost
Absconded.
wondering if they did that thing that Wesley is so afraid that people are going to do that are psionic and just mind control him away. So it wouldn't seem like he's in danger, but
Wesley would be horrified to know how easily it would be to mind control him.
let's not tell him.
Why tell when we could show? And then just kind of like goes over toward like the village.
Yeah, and Quint will just follow because Quint wants to
and
meet some TkTks.
And you two are probably going to have to make some survival rolls to track these TkTks, but all of that will happen after our break. Because both teams have got to spend a few hours doing some stuff. On the one hand, we've got some tracking of TkTks, and then on the other hand, we've got to wait for that hacking to finish. You both have some hours that we're going to just make a roll and skip through, but while we're at break...
Trap. You're in a trap, you two.
Yeah. While we're in break, for the next 10 minutes, please note that the Harlock and Quint are going to be tracking, and Val and Terrica will be hacking and getting goop.
Tracking and hacking. That's our
Tracking
team.
and hacking.
Episode title.
Tracking and hacking. Everyone, hydrate, stretch your legs, and we will be back in 10 minutes when they get to their end point, I guess.
That seems ominous.
Maybe. Yeah. And hello, everyone. We are back. I am so happy to have you all here. So, when last we left our antagonists, they were split and waiting on like a couple of hours worth of work. Can I get a survival check from our tracking team?
Yes.
Whoever's going to be the lead and whoever's going to help.
What's survival? What?
This would be survival intelligence because you're looking in the moment, you know?
I have a +1 to that. I don't know what your survival's like.
Let me look. I have sorry, what was it again?
Survival intellect.
I have a 2.
Okay. I'll assist you.
Okay. Well, it didn't go too well.
Oh God,
Not at
no,
all.
it didn't.
Excellent.
Not at all.
Oh my god.
We're like, where's Severance? We're just kind of like half-assed
We're
looking.
walking
I
through
don't
like
see him. Like, do you
Severance.
see him?
Severance, where are you?
Oh, Severance.
Mhm.
Oh,
Awesome.
no, he's
Severance.
gone.
TkTks.
That's all I want to know.
Hello,
Oh, no.
TkTks.
Well,
I did
it was
not
nice
think I would
meeting you.
need this, but apparently I do. Need
I don't think all my luck would even be able to fix that. So yeah,
You
let me go
know,
find this
just-
data.
that just shows exactly how much we want to find Severance right this second in time.
Oh.
Is we're like,
well,
where is he at? Where are the TkTks?
So
here we.
Where are we? Yeah.
we're going to fast forward a couple of hours for both groups. Because one group has got some hacking to do, the other group has got some tracking to do. So over the next 4 or 5 hours, now I imagine you probably have. Do you have Sue with you, or is Stu staying by the stealth ship?
I feel like we would take Sue. Or,
do you
well,
want to leave the stealth ship by itself though?
No, that's what. Can we stealth it while we go look? Oh.
Yeah, we could turn the stealth on this ship. Like it's pretty quiet.
I mean,
As much as
it's
I would want to bring Sue with us as Quint, I feel like we should probably leave Sue with the ship
Yeah, that's fine.
and like have the ship closed up so that when we come back we can be like, Sue, dunk dunk, and Sue could open.
Let us in. Well, and also, it's, if the TkTks are feeling in a certain way, like not having
It might not like the giant mech droid.
mech droid combat thing with us might be best anyway.
Yeah.
So, all right,
okay.
no Sue.
Off you go into the outback, tracking the TkTks. You walk through the village itself, now abandoned. That's the first thing you do. And there are these like little like dugouts, sort of like hobbit holes, you know, in there with sort of camouflage over it. As you walk through this sort of empty village, you can see the evidence of like a water jugs. They also clearly have technology. It's mostly wood. They don't have a lot of metal there. Like they don't seem to have that level of technology. There are some clubs or spears here or there. There are baskets, woven baskets. Food looks mostly like fruits. You know what I mean? Like these are all kind of spilled, right? You can see that this little village, which probably had, I don't know, maybe like 100 and something of them, just quickly abandoned. And you are following the tracks through this sort of deserty space to find out where they might have gone. Where do they hide next? And you move through this alien planet with tainted atmosphere because you are wearing your rebreathers, I'm certain.
Oh yeah.
As you move through. Meanwhile, as you are moving through space, over in the lab, we have our dynamic duo working to keep that hacking going and to look through this to try to get medical treatment. Can I get a roll from you two? I'm gonna need some mechanics.
Oh, okay.
I don't like that.
I have mechanics.
I would like it from you. We have a couple options here for what stat you would use for this mechanics. I think in this case, it's probably going to be dexterity.
It has so in that 18 that the medical that got rolled before, did that restore all of Terrica's dex? Or am I rolling?
No, your
at
dex is fine. It's your endurance that's the problem.
Oh, okay.
You're at
That
0
was my-
endurance. But your dex is fine, and your strength is also fine now.
Okay, perfect. Good news.
This is a good question to ask at this point, Trooper. Now, to restore endurance for Terrica, that requires a full med bay, right? Like rest in a
No.
full med bay, or can I do it endurance?
See, the thing is, that's why you only want one of your attributes down. If you
Right,
have
it's the
more than
second
one
one that
down,
requires. Yeah, okay.
yeah,
That's what I got
s-
that confused. We just spoke about that too.
yeah. So you could actually do some first aid to help recover.
Can I do that?
Yes, please.
Little medicine.
Yes, please.
Do I have a boon still?
Um, yes, because of your last medical roll.
Oh,
And also
cool.
the fact that you two are tethered to each other. So, I mean, there's also that. I'm just going to note it. That's
Ooh.
perhaps you should be worried about that, but not. It's
Uh,
fine.
I don't think
Uh,
Terrica's letting go in physical space either. Like they're
Yep.
whenever they can be touching Val in some way, they are.
So
Same
Unless
thing.
you,
obviously you can like nix that, but
yeah,
that's how
No,
they
same thing. The Val's the same way.
Okay.
you made that roll by 6. Val is able to restore 6 points of endurance to you.
Aw. Thanks, buddy.
But what does that
I'm
look like?
pretty fucking baller.
Unless you're piloting. Sorry. I couldn't resist.
You haven't seen the
I mean, I'm
scratch
not
yet.
real good at shooting people in the back either, but I'm working on it.
Oh!
I'm training every time. Every jump, I'm getting better at shotguns to the back.
Some shots fired into someone's back.
Hey.
Oh!
That's great stuff.
So I love this crew.
Me too. So what is it like?
The healing process?
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be a continuation of, and again, this is like walking that weird line between like we just talked with the physical contact,
Yeah.
but again, this is Val's interpretation of that. Like when he said,
Yeah.
"I'm not letting you go," again, this is what
Yeah.
he meant,
Yeah.
and so this is where he's checking Terrica, the examination, the healing process of he's trying to do this as he's not using any of his drugs
Yep.
to do this. This
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
purely like the stimulus, the
Topical.
muscular stimulus stuff, the topical abrasion, biotic stuff, and so it's just a continuation of that, where they were holding hands for a second. He would move his head behind like their head to like stabilize and work on something like down the side of the neck, and it's just that constant contact. It's just like making the circuit. And it's almost, and he's constantly aware too of that reaching out psionic force, and every time that he can hit an anchor point on himself, he's venting it through his hand. I don't know if Terrica's aware of that, but that's what he's doing.
I'm going to tell you something. Sort of bad luck for you. You're not really venting it. That might be what you're intending. You're absorbing it.
That's fine.
It doesn't get to.
As long as it's not in them. If it's in
Yes.
Val, that's fine. As long as it's not in them.
And because it just creates a really great feedback loop between you two, right? That energy isn't dissipated, it is shared, right? That sort of excess is drawn off, but then you get it, and you just are a little bit stronger together, you two. And there are still some of these tethers reaching out from Terrica to make more connections. You don't have any that are coming out from you. You just have hooks that can be tethered to. So,
Phantom just dropped a great line in chat. I'm just going to leave that there, and everybody can go look.
yeah. Oh, so good.
Oh, shoot. That's fantastic.
Can I get your medical? Can I get your mechanic roll, please?
Yep. Nope. Yep. Okay. With Dex.
Yes, please.
Here we go. Oof.
Okay.
Wow, that was bad.
So, this is what you got. You are able to find within the pod that there's clearly a computer in there, right? That it does monitoring and things. There is also it looks like a reservoir of fluid, like a pink viscous fluid that's sort of like If you've ever been to like a you know those like, some of you do, some of you do not know, in the sort of like hair care aisle of like a drugstore, like a CVS or a Walgreens, that sort of thing. There are those kinds of if you ever go to like the black hair care product section, you can get these tubs of stuff that is not actually coconut oil because it's a bit more gel-like, if you know what I mean. Like it's usually like clear, it's a little bit pinkish, right? And it's like gonna moisturize and all that kind of stuff, but it's that kind of like it's kind of thick and heavy. It's like that, so it's not a. It's I don't know. It's a plasma, I guess, right? It's that particular, and there's like a huge amount of it that's in a reservoir in the pod, and clearly whatever this is processed in some way by the computer to turn into what it needs to be in order to heal, grow. It seems to be a lot, whatever it is, but you're not able to get it out of the pod without breaking it, right? It's in this sort of reservoir. Whatever it's doing, it seems to have its nature seems to be affected by whatever the computer does to it. Sort of like a replicator, that it can become different kinds of things depending on what it needs to be. The computer can recognize it and like, oh, it needs to be more like this kind of drug or like that kind of drug, and it can shape it.
Trooper, if we
Severance.
can't get it out of the unit that it's in,
Yeah.
we can't get this source.
Yeah.
Is there any way that Val can scan it to get its like chemical makeup so he can replicate the viscous fluid, maybe trial and error, but be able to just kind of draw forth the compound construction of it via a scan or via his medical is there any way to do that?
Give me a medical. It's not like VO5 because VO5 is not goopy enough. It's got a
No,
different...
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking
yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a. We can do this through medical.
Okay, Boone still or
No, this one
Okay.
no.
I didn't think so. And I can't have my one bonus for the chip in Terrica, but can I have my one bonus for my wrist computer?
No. Well,
Okay.
yes, I'll give it to you. I will give it to you, but yes, but let me know what the difference is with and without it.
Gotcha. In fact, I'll roll it without it, and then we can just add one. How's that?
Yeah.
And then, do you want me to roll with intellect again, since this isn't really something I know?
Education.
Education. Okay.
Yeah.
So 13, 14 with the point.
Okay.
Nice.
So what I can tell you is, yes, it's Stormbitter asks, is it like DAP? It's like DAP, right? It's that kind of, yeah. This is not anything that exists in the universe. You have no idea what this is. These are not compounds that make any sense at all. This is not normal. Like when you do your scans, you're like, oh, this is not, what is this? This is, if this were Call of Cthulhu, it would make you have a sanity check right now. This is not anything that exists in the universe, should exist in the universe. You don't even know how it works or what it does. There's no like molecular structure you can look at. It is, something.
I definitely need some of this shit then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also is not stable. Not like it'll explode, but like it is.
Will break down and not be what it is. Is that what you mean? Like it'll like degrade
No.
or?
No. That would make sense to us. So you know how we have physicality? Like we have structures, we have bones and skin, and we are coherent beings of some sort. There are tables, there are things like that. There's like a physical reality that we understand as how the world works. This does not function that way. It can be other things whenever it needs to be other things. It doesn't.
All right.
It doesn't. It's not fixed. You know what I mean? Like it's not a fixed thing. It can become another thing.
Oh, I like this.
I'm going to say this right now for chat.
Please.
Greg is watching The Expanse for the very first time, and
Oh,
I'm halfway
yeah.
through the second season.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
comments and spoilers and all that stuff. But
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
uh,
Mhm.
all I can think of, everybody, is the proto molecule, where it's
Yes.
like
Yes.
it'll rewrite your entire
Yes.
physics, and I'm
Yes.
like, oh,
The proto molecule is a good way of thinking about it, as a matter of fact. It's a bit more in that realm than it is the realm that we live in. Yeah. Mhm.
Cool. That's
yeah,
fine.
yeah. That's nothing horrible about that at all.
Yeah,
I
I'm
just
sure
wanna,
that
I just
could
want to
be a
go
weapon.
home.
I will just note from your earlier 18, these pods, as best you can guess, are where the clones are born and raised and
So this is
are
like
grown.
primordial ooze type of shit.
Yes. This is what this is. It's like a primordial ooze. And this primordial ooze is able to, presumably, it had genetic material from Terrica and was able to grow and grow an entire Terrica, right? And then fix an entire Terrica and adjust an entire Terrica. So whatever this primordial ooze is not anything you've seen
Make
before.
an entire Terrica.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so chat, Val needs this, right? That's what I'm going to spend my time on. Chat, I'm listening to you all. If Val should focus on having his own proto molecule, think about the implications before you say yes. You think Val should have this? Yes. Okay. Then I will be attempting to extract some of the proto molecule in this respect, because I know we already rolled for like trying to bring it out.
Yeah.
I am going to see if there is a way to take an entire motherfucking pod with us.
That's, well, you know, these things are heavy and large.
I'm gonna need a cart.
You're gonna need a hand cart. You're gonna need probably to get the ship down here, because you've got like the ability to move things, right? You've got like cargo loaders and whatnot, right? That's the kind of thing where you could, you would need that level, right? It's like, you know, imagine like a big, what do you call them? Yes, but bigger, right? Like a MRI machine, but not that big, right? You know, it's like that's, it's like a big, heavy bit of machinery working off a power source. So you're going to need a cargo
Like a
loader. You
Terracoton torpedo.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
But you can't extract the Terrica was not able to extract the reservoir without breaking it, so you'd have to take the whole thing. That's heavy.
Right, and so that's what Val is going to do. He's going to try to have, like, if it has an independent power source, then he's just going to spend the time kind of disconnecting it. And yeah, I need this shit. Greg needs this shit in his life, and so does Val.
I think it's a good idea for you to have it. I'm going to need electronics. I need mechanics and electronics from this crew to get this out of here without breaking it.
I got computers. Can I roll that? If you can do mechanics, I'll do the electronics.
Yeah, I could do that.
Can I use computers with that, Trooper?
Yes.
Okay. No
Because
boons
those are
or
the two
bonuses?
parts. There's the physical and then of course the electrical. So mechanics to get it out without damaging it, the electronics to get the computer parts out without damaging them. You get no boons because this is not normal technology. This is unfortunate technology, and neither of you two have ancestral memories will get you there.
Oh, boo.
So in that case, should I roll electronics intellect since I don't have an educational background in this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm doing everything right. I'm trying to be a rule follower now,
Yes,
everybody.
that is correct.
What?
Turning over a new leaf. I know.
What happened? Are you a clone? Tell me
I
true.
am. I've been replaced by primordial ooze.
So with mechanic, am I rolling that with Dex or am I rolling that with something else?
Well,
Ooh, nice.
you have a choice. Dex is finesse, strength is brute force.
Finesse. Terrica doesn't do brute force.
Yeah.
That's not who they are.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. That's better.
Look at us. Teamwork.
Yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work. So while you were working on this, getting this sort of thing disconnected, specifically the one that had our Terrica in it, right? Working on trying to disconnect this from the mainframe and all of its sort of systems. As you're working, you don't know exactly what the connection is between these things and how they work, because none of this stuff is in a language you understand. Like the highest tech level in the entire noted charted space is like 16, but most advanced societies are at 12. and many societies are at 10. This is well beyond that. This is well beyond that. And there's that moment when you disconnect and you're like, oh no, am I going to lose everything? But the computer stays up, right? The computer does not, when you disconnect this from the mainframe, the computer continues to work within the pod itself. You're like, okay. When you could disconnect the power source, is it going to keep going, right? Does it still have a power source? And it seems as if it flickers for a moment, and then it seems to have a backup power source. You don't know how long that backup power source will last, because there's glyphs you do not understand, but it is still working. It is still functioning. It is super heavy, so you're going to need support on that one when you're going to try to get it out. But yes, this thing that is the material science is not what you're used to. You know what I mean? Like, the seams aren't right. Like, whatever this is, whoever made this, their mind and their ability does things that nobody knows how to do yet.
Oh,
But
that's
you
not
have
great.
it.
Well, in looking at all of this with just the awe of basically technology that's so advanced it's almost magic.
Yes, indeed.
As soon as they disconnect it and the computer readout stays lit up, Val would have a huge smile on his face and he'd look up at Terrica and say, "Who the fuck needs Sue?"
Terrica, like, for the first time, when he says that, their face is gonna light up, and they're gonna say, "Not a fucking person."
Mm.
And yeah, Val would laugh for the first time you've heard in quite some time.
I think Terrica would just give him another hug, just this sort of relief, pure delight, kind of that kind of hug.
Yeah, this is a shared success, victory. You know, we just kicked one through the goalpost at 60 yards. Fucking
Oh, so
fuck everybody else. We just won.
Yeah.
So good.
This is
And let's end it. That's the episode, everybody.
the little red warning lights on the mainframe I wouldn't worry about.
I'm sure that's fine.
Your little shunt pings, you're through. You have access to the mainframe. You can download data.
I mean, Terrica's gonna start just pulling everything off.
Well, we have a problem.
Oh, no.
You don't have a large computer on you, and this is a mainframe. So, what do you want? You don't know what any of this stuff is. There's a lot of stuff in there, way more stuff than you have that you can hold on your computer, and it's not in a language that you know. Although more samples gives you better stuff to be able to translate, right? So the more you can get is good, but you can't have everything. So I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
I have a terrible idea, Trooper, that I want you to think about while you're asking your questions.
I also have an idea. So if we have the same idea, Greg, I'm going to laugh my pants off right now.
I was just going to say, is there any way to download this to Sue? But
oh, that's not my idea.
I wanted to add I know, but I mean via distance. I mean, I don't.
Oh, you need Sue. This is a lot of data that you cannot beam. Okay. You'd need to get Sue here, but still, that's not a lot. This is an entire mainframe. Let's say if we've got a number 1 through 20, each one of you could probably carry one comfortably out of those 20 blocks without deleting anything or being too worried with what you have on you right now with regular sort of your wrist computers. Val has got some extra space on his, so you could probably get 2 without too much, but that's 3 out of 20.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
The Elaine must have a computer.
Yes, that is correct.
Can we pull the data into there? And if so, how much?
Yes, you can put stuff into the Elaine, absolutely. Now, you don't know what kind of ship that is. Well, you know it's probably a yacht. There's definitely space there. You could probably get but it's not it's a bigger ship than the shuttle, so it has more space than that. You could probably get... I by the way, you haven't gone there to look at it yet. I have. I know what your ship looks like. Right
I
here.
want to know what it looks like. Terrica hasn't even gone in there though yet. They just had the robots go.
You don't know because you haven't actually expressed the ship, but you could probably get 5, depending on how big it is. Maybe 6, 4, 5, 6.
Cool. So we're gonna. I don't
You
know what
could
else
put
you were gonna say, but like
alien data on that ship, absolutely.
excellent. I love the look on your face right now. I feel like this is only a good decision.
Mm-hmm.
I have found that whenever Trooper gets that exact look on his face, that you should go with it because it means horrible, great things.
I'm
And
so
so
excited.
I love to surf the point break that is Trooper's mania. It is the best. And so let's hang 10.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Probably, depending. So let us think for this moment that you have got into the computer, the mainframe. You have got a ship somewhere in this hangar that you haven't seen yet. And Val, because of boosted computers, can probably get 2 blocks. You can get 1. You can maybe get, depending, you'd have to look at the ship to see, maybe 5 in there. That would take a lot of the ship's computing power out. You may not want to take full 5. You'd have to look at it to see. The suit could probably hold some if you got Sue over with you. You could probably get like maybe 2 out of Sue. Depending on how much you care about Sue's RAM. You have the Gambler that, also has computing space. You could put alien computing technology in there too. I mean, mm-hmm. Anyhow.
Would Terrica do that to the Gambler though?
And this is where the players intentionally invited Borg nanites into
Yep.
all of their technology.
This is how we die. Okay.
Would you all? I assume you're going to want to get into the Elaine at some point.
Yes. I mean, we need to also. Terrica would be putting all of the paper docs,
Yeah.
the ashes, all of the
Yeah.
ashes, not just their clones, but the ashes of the other beings. And there's something else I was thinking of taking. If we can, I want to take the Viridian too.
Okay, this is going to be heavy. You're going to be spending some time, but I need a roll before we zip over to the other group. I'm going to I assume you're going to call to be brought into the hangar?
Wait, call to be brought into the hangar?
You've got to get the doors open, right? You've got robots there waiting for you.
Yeah.
And you don't know where the hangar is.
True. Terrica doesn't. So yeah, I guess they would call for the robots to lead them to the hangar.
Val.
Because there wouldn't be like a
room.
map.
We're not going to bring them into this room. They can't see that we've goofed up something. I'm going to put the bedspread over the capsule that we have, and say that we're all packed because robots are stupid, right?
But they're tied to Terrica's word, so whatever Terrica says goes.
Well, we
That's
know
not how I
think
describe
that.
it, but go on. That's a way to describe it.
That's true. They're tied to Marrymore's words. They think that it's They think Terrica's Marrymore.
It's a better way to describe it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice double-edged sword. I like it. Okay.
I am also not on the guest list. So, okay. Terrica, this is up to you. I am going to get into the pod.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay.
And we're going to put the big bed thing over it, tuck it all around. Allow me easy access to get out. Should I hear the code word? If Jenga comes out, then I'll pop out with all my physical prowess.
We have to stop right now because you just said you're going to get into the pod. I would like to just double check that is your plan, that you would like to get into this pod. I just want to check this pod that is still running, that still has a computer on it. I want to make sure that is your choice. You want to get into the pod. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm going to get into the pod, and I am going to make sure that it's not latched. I'm not locking myself in a refrigerator.
Oh no, there's a latch on the inside.
There's an escape on the inside.
We have to slow down. We don't get to just walk past this moment, I'm afraid.
Oh no, I'm not trying to. I'm prepping. No. I'm prepping the moment that we walk through.
Oh yeah.
I'm painting a picture, if you will. And so
you get into this pod.
Sure.
It's quite comfortable, actually. And you're going to have to shut the door, and it's going to slide shut.
Terrica's gonna
Inside,
be right outside.
Crit witch
there
with
is a
great long
latch
set.
to get out. Clearly, this was meant. There are no latches to get out on low birth pods, by the way. You can't get out from the inside of a low birth pod. This one you can. And as it shuts, the computer starts to run through glyphs. You can tell that the pod is operating in some way. It's doing something. What would you like to do, Terrica, now that you've got your very best friend in a pod that is active?
The pod started doing things.
The
And
pod
Terrica
has
already-
there's like running through on the display.
And Terrica already knows that by opening the other pods, they triggered the alarms on the Terrica's gonna reopen the pod and try and pull Val out. Or they're gonna try to reopen the pod.
Please make me an electronics roll.
Oh god.
Computers.
I just
At
have electronics.
Electronics at a Bane.
At a Bane.
Can I help?
Mhm.
I have electronics.
No,
computers.
you're inside the pod, I'm afraid.
Okay. Here we go. Oof.
That's not bad.
All right.
Okay. Val, could you make me an endurance roll, please?
Oh, God.
Sure. I've never done that before.
I want to
Do I
add
get a-
one luck to that roll, though. I want it to be a 10.
Okay. That's good. It's not bad.
Normal roll, just straight endurance, no modifiers.
That is correct.
Oh, this
Unless
will
you have
be
athletics.
lovely.
Yeah.
Do I have athletics? Does Val have athletics? Val does not have athletics, everybody.
No, I think Terrica's the only one in our group. No, wait. Quint has athletics.
Quint
now.
does, yeah. Mhm.
That is not bad for me.
Okay.
Well done.
That's not bad. That's not bad all around. Okay. Like this, my friend. 1. Things start happening. Val, you feel something. You feel like you're being
Emotionally or like a pinprick?
physically, like you're being pricked with a needle. You
Okay.
do not see any needle, right? There's no physical needle that you can see,
Sure.
but you feel like you're being pricked with a needle. And this is what you notice. The door has locked because it's going through a procedure. Terrica's trying to abort that procedure so that you can get out. I need you both to make luck rolls to find out how quickly you get out.
Oh, boy.
Do you get out quickly enough would be the question.
Woo!
Mm,
Hey.
okay. Mm-hmm.
That's about as good as it gets.
Yes, it does. So, you feel this pinprick, and instantly you realize what is happening to you is not them putting protomolecule into you, but it's attempting to extract something from
Extract
you.
it.
And before it can finish extracting your genetic material for later purposes, Terrica gets the door open and stops the procedure.
As Val would kind of spring up like the Undertaker, he would look at Terrica and say, "That was a terrible idea. I take full responsibility for it. I didn't realize."
Terrica's gonna say, "Shut up," and just like be pulling him like out of the rest of it. Like, because I imagine he like sprung up and they're just like
Yep.
grabbing onto whatever and just
Yep.
like,
It,
okay.
if
all
it,
right,
if it
not
helps,
that.
it didn't feel like it was murderous. It felt like it was doing its job in various ways.
Sure,
that's
sure.
not good.
So does a trash compactor.
Right?
So-
Funnily enough.
So what are you going to do?
I am
Okay.
going to turn invisible because he well, let's
They
RP
can
it.
sense-
Yeah. Can I hide from these things?
They can sense heat. They do listen to me. They think I'm Marymore, so they listen. And this whole time, like Terrica's got like one hand on Val, just like probably gripping a little too tight. They listen, so I could just tell them I brought you here.
Do they see by heat?
If you think about ships, ships have a wide array of sensors, right? So like a regular ship can see, like a ship's sensors are pretty broad and multiple spectrum and whatnot. And you have no idea what kind of technology this is.
I don't know. I just know that they knew exactly where I was in the room without being able to physically see me.
Okay.
I mean, the other thing is I can just tell them to shut down. We don't bring them in here at all. We try and find a cart and do this on our own.
Send them back to the bedroom. And then I'll stay in here. And then once they're in the bedroom, we'll just hopscotch. They'll go past and then we'll go to the hangar. Or you can have them take you to the hangar, then tell them to go to the bedroom, and then you can
Yeah, no, I get, yeah.
tell me where to, I'll just
Okay.
hang out.
All right. And Terrica will like stay there for like a beat longer than they really need to before they finally let go of Val and head for the head out of the room so that they can call for the
tether
robots far
doesn't
away from
break.
Val.
It's still there.
As soon as they let go, Val would grab their hand again and say, "It's going to be all right."
Yeah, no, I know. I know. Everything's fine. Everything's absolutely fine.
I won't even smoke. And he puts the cigarette away.
And Terrica will just like pause. Thank you.
I told you I would quit at some point. I'm not quitting. I'm pausing for a moment.
Well, there we go. That's what I expected to hear from you.
This will not be difficult. This will not be difficult. The robots, Greg, do you remember the little round robots in Flash Gordon, the one that was going to go in floating ones? Also in Star Wars.
You've saved your Earth, Flash. Have a nice day. Yes, I remember them a bit.
Yep, they're like that, but bigger. And they will take you to the hangar, no problem. By the way, my dear audience, this is what the ship looks like.
It's so cute. We need another little clamp for the gambler for no reason.
A nice, and it's a pretty decent size. It's 100 D-tons, which is much bigger than the stealth shuttle. This is a ship that has a jump drive. It can go into jump space. It's not. I mean, it's about half the size of the Gambler. The Gambler's like a 200 D-ton ship, and this is a 100 D-ton ship. So it's a.
What is its jump drive though?
You'd have to look. Terrica.
Look under the hood.
I will totally look at that. Because I also need to look at the
Jump 4.
Get the fuck out of here.
4? Fuck yeah! Oh my god. Okay, yeah.
We can go everywhere.
Terrica loves this ship. Terrica absolutely
They never return to the ship. Both of these.
yeah, they're like,
They're
it's fun,
gone now.
Gambler, bye. No, I'm kidding.
This
Join us
is
next Thursday for our spinoff.
this is a thrust 6 maneuver engine, jump 4 drive. Yes. It has got, you could probably actually, if you wanted to take up all of its computer space, 6 packets, but that means it's not using any, like that's not a good idea because you actually kind of need some of your computer space for other stuff. But it also has got not a lot of room.
Savage, but also true.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of room for people. It's really only made for like 3 people, and it is. I gotta tell you, the inside is nice. It is so cushy. It's all like just. It is a rich person's yacht. Only 3 people, a super rich person, right, and 2 others, and it is nice. It is impressive. It is a very nice. It's also got like a wet bar entertainment system.
Ooh.
Very nice. It will be no problem to move things in here. You have very little cargo room, I have to say, unfortunately.
So if
It's
Motley
got
Crue was making a video, they would use this
yes,
ship.
yes, they
Okay.
would. It's got only 2
I will-
d-tons of cargo. That's all it's got for cargo space. Before I move over to the other group, I just need Val to make a roll for me the minute he gets into the hangar bay.
The minute I get into the hangar bay,
Yeah. I need
what
you
do
to
you
make
want
a
me
roll for me. I need you to make a telepathy roll.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Psionic strength, I'm assuming.
Yes, please.
Any boons, banes, or bonuses?
No boon nor bane.
Okay. Any bonuses? No.
No. 6.
6. Tell me
Okay.
if I need more. I will use 4 of my luck to make that 10 because I don't like the idea of being turned inside out by a robot.
That is a
Call me
failing roll.
crazy.
That is a failing roll. If I were you, I would let it stand.
I trust you, Trooper, so I will let it stand.
Okay.
I think
Val
when you
walks
get-
into the hangar. Val, you walk into the hangar. And you walk in and out to get the things moving in. You're able to get into the ship. This is going to take a couple of hours. All of this is going to take a couple of hours. Val, you walk into the hangar. You do not walk into the other hangar, the psionic trap hangar, because you failed that psionic roll.
Oh,
Yes.
that's
if-
where it was.
Yes. If you had succeeded in that telepathy roll, you would have been caught in a trap. Because these are traps for people who are psionic and who are very good at psionics. And if you had succeeded at that roll, at just a normal average 8, you would have been transported into a place where you're picking up grain or something else, and you would not have been able to leave. You would have been psionically trapped in your mind in the way that the Harlock was psionically trapped in her mind, because Harlock is very good at psionics, and that's not great when there's a trap waiting for you.
Oh my god. Why didn't Terrica
Terrica does not have to roll.
Why not? Oh. No, never mind. Because Terrica's not them. I mean, they're them, but they're
Yes.
not them.
Of course, the trap would not trigger for you. But
No.
anyone else who is psionic in this space, who's going to get into the hangar and get out, is going to have to go through this trap.
I
The
love this
weaker
so
you are, the less likely you are to be caught in it. The more powerful you are, the more likely you are to be caught in it. But you failed that roll. You did not want to spend luck on it.
I think when Val comes into the hangar, Terrica comes out of the ship and they just look utterly delighted and they start spewing all of the specs at Val, just this and this and it's got a hyperextension warp 4, it's got the coils, the way that they're connected into the capacitor, it's insane. It's I think that I could get a jump 4 out of this thing easily. I'm over 6 even, and they're just and then they're like, what? They're showing him everything, just like a kid with a candy.
I'll
And
just note this is
Val
a top of
looks
the line,
intently,
very expensive
Smiles.
ship for nobles.
I was going to say, Val smiles, nods, and has no fucking idea what Terrica is talking about. But it's not, they are not humoring them. They are genuinely interested, but have no fucking clue what they're talking about.
I need to move over, but I have to ask, what do you do with those robots?
Terrica's going to want to get them on the ship, but they're going to lock them
With-
into a part
with
of the
Val?
ship. No, they're going to put them. I mean, Val doesn't need to be in the cargo hold of the ship.
These... Okay. You would like to put the robots on the ship with Val.
Oh, wait. They have the heat sensor bullshit. Hang on a sec. I
They have
got
a
to
lot
think
of
this
stuff.
through. Terrica would
Yeah,
think
yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Oh, I really wanted to take those robots.
I want you to take those robots.
I want to take those robots.
I think it's a great idea
I
if you
want
have
you to
those
take
robots.
those robots.
Yeah.
Is there a way to shut the robots down?
Not that you know of.
Ask them
That's
to run
right.
a
Their battery
diagnostic.
extends for forever, though, because we already had that whole conversation. Is there, I mean,
These are very advanced robots. You've never seen technology like this.
yeah. And they also have a way
Also-
to contact and talk to the connections of, like, there's, these robots are very useful. I don't want to leave them. Okay. The hardest part is, like, Terrica would never put Val in danger. And so I'm trying to think of a way around doing that. And the only one I can come up with is that they have to listen to Terrica's commands. So if Terrica says Val's fine, he should be good.
Are you willing to take that chance?
We could always come back for them.
No,
can-
Terrica's going to blow this place up. There's no way they're leaving indication that somebody took all of the stuff. They're going to blow it up. They're going to
Like
have
the
the
way
whole
you
thing
think.
self-destruct.
Can we delay
Yes.
Armageddon for
Yes.
like an hour?
I'm going to switch over to the other team while you think about the
Okay.
fact that there's a self-destruct sequence, and you have at most 1, 2, 3. The most you can get is 9 packets out of what you got, but that might hamper the ability of this ship to do what it needs to do, so you probably should only take 7 max. Just going to note that. By the way, other 2 folks, I need you to roll initiative.
Okay. Woo!
I knew
I
it.
love this. All right. How do we do that again? Let's see. Where is the do we have initiative button or is it just Dex?
I think there's an initiative button,
I
but
thought there
it's
was
either
two.
Dex
Is it
or
under
Int, either one,
combat?
2D plus either Dex or Int.
Okay. Oh, I do. I see an initiative token. It says select token first.
Mhm.
Token. I'm just gonna click it and see what happens. Whee!
Wait, where'd you find this?
It's on the combat page under armor. There's like initiative. You can select Dex here.
Oh, yes. Okay, I see it. Let's see. Oh, I didn't select a token.
A 10 and a 9.
either. Yeah.
That's what I see.
Yeah.
That seems right.
Now, because you failed those survival rolls, I am going to be able to roll, but I get a bonus, the surprise bonus.
The surprise bonus.
It's the
surprise
TkTk like group attack bonus, like pack bonus. They have pack tactics. It's fine.
Let me roll my 2d6.
You say be a
2d6.
tactic.
I'm going to be getting a +2 for their dex, and then a +6 for their surprise bonus. So that's 13. So they get to go first.
They do.
They do. So as you are tracking, you've been tracking
Wait,
for a
I
while.
hope they attack us with hugs. I
No.
was like, oh, it's so nice to see you, new friends. Yeah.
It's this alone.
Oh, I love making friends.
Arms and wings, all for hugging.
Oh, wings or hugs.
You are sort of going through a bit of a ravine, following through. They seem to have been trying to avoid. You can see like the drag marks of probably human boots, Severance boots.
Yeah.
And as you're sort of moving through, and there's like foliage, it's like little dents, you're trying to get there. You're not quite certain how far behind them that you are. And then, as you're sort of maneuvering, spears fly out from the foliage towards you.
That happened.
And I'm gonna make some rolls right now because you are being attacked.
We are.
Because I don't know how to tell you this one other way, but the TkTks are afraid of you, and they have often been murdered and kidnapped. You know, they don't. You know, they don't like their lives sometimes. Sometimes their lives are sad. So I'm gonna just roll, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
That's a 3. That's real good. That's great. So let me ask: will you be dodging this round?
Yes, probably.
Yes.
Would like to.
Before you decide, I would like to remind you that dodging, every time you dodge, it makes a -1
Yep.
to your attack.
Sure does.
Yeah, but taking a spear to the face.
All it does is it makes their difficulty higher.
A spear to the face?
No, like every time you dodge, it just makes their difficulty higher.
Oh,
Mhm.
yes.
I think at least for this first round, I'll dodge because I'm not expecting it, and I'm like, whoa, where's that? You know, just try to reflexively dodge. I think that's what Quint would do.
Okay. I'm not mad at you.
I'm gonna watch Quinn dodge first.
Everyone in chat, you're both dodging?
Yes.
I will be for sure.
Yes.
You're both taking 2 attacks. Do you dodge both?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
first round. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
I think it's right.
What is the highest for you? Dex or athletics? Dex.
Ooh, I only have athletic strength for now, so my dex is higher.
What is your dex modifier?
2.
2. The Harlock, what about you?
1.
1. Thank you. This one, we're starting with the Harlock. Roll 1. I roll a 3 plus their melee bonus. You don't have to roll anything because I just have to take that on my roll.
I'm glad you won.
Don't worry about it. Because because it's basically I will be getting a -1 penalty whenever I attack the Harlock, or a -2 penalty anytime I attack.
I just thought it'd be fun to really just fail that horribly.
So let's get that out of the way.
Let's
Okay.
do it. Yeah.
Oh,
The first spear coming at you, the Harlock, I rolled a 3. It nowhere near you. Just comes out of the underbrush. Spear coming right by you. The next one, however, does hit. They need an 8. They rolled a 10 minus your 1 is so they basically get a 9. So they make it by 1. I'm going to roll damage. I just want you to know it. This one spear comes and it strikes you. Ooh. Do you have any armor on?
I have subdermal armor along.
Oh,
with,
that's very nice.
Along
Nice.
with whatever I'm wearing, which I need to look at.
Please do give me that info because you might need to know it.
I've got subdermal armor and cloth armor.
We're coming in at 11 points of damage. I rolled very well.
how about your radio?
But you subtract whatever you have in your armor.
Yeah.
That would be 9.
Take 2 points of damage to your endurance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to note that, so this spear, this one rings true, and it comes to hit you right in the gut. And
My gut.
and it does hit some, right? But most of your armor is able to stop it. Quint,
Hi. Yes, 'tis I.
2 spears out of the underbrush come whizzing towards you. Tell me how come they do not hit you?
I think Quint just does almost a hit the deck kind of thing, like they're aiming high, but Quint just drops real low and does like a spin, and then pops back up a few feet over to the side.
It's your go. There are clearly TkTks in the underbrush who've just thrown spears at you.
Uh-huh.
Man, I would like to not just
I know. I'm gonna try.
It's bad.
I'd like to. They're telepathic, I assume. I hope. And Quint doesn't know enough about telepathy to know.
Well, if they were
do
using
languages translate? Quint doesn't know. Quint's just gonna try to reach out psionically and be like, "We don't intend to hurt you. We don't want to hurt you. We just want to talk."
You have to roll your telepathy.
I would love to roll my telepathy.
Remember the difficulty.
Yeah.
4, not 10.
Boop. I'll put 1 point of luck in it.
All right, spend one of your psionic points. You reach out.
Just like a broadcast. Like, ugh. Trying to
And you
connect
just
any
hear, in physical space, from the underbrush. The Harlock, what about you?
I think the Harlock, despite having just taken a spear to the gut, which historically puts
Tell
her
me-
in a bad mood.
How do you like? Do you like freak out? You're like, oh no, a spear in the gut. Or you're like, ugh. Like, because in my mind, the Harlock is like, ugh. Like, I just don't ever see the Harlock ever really being
like,
too.
it wouldn't be. It's 2 points away from there, so it's not the worst, but like it's
No,
not
it's not that
great. It's not a paper cut.
No.
So I imagine would just like grab the spear, just like rip it out, and then just still holding it in one hand would also, and having seen that they likely used psionic things,
Yep.
would imagine that they probably speak psionically too. So is also going to reach out telepathically as well.
Please roll your psionics.
Okay.
Telepathy.
Would love to. That's
Oh.
14.
Okay. What do you say? You can sort of hear in your you can hear, right, the Quint saying, like, we don't mean you any harm. What do you say with that 14, which is 10 above, by the way? What you mean?
I think as much as I want the first thing to be, oh my god, you hit me. No.
I shot my hair.
You shot me. What the
Hurt.
hell? Ow, that almost hurt me. But yeah, I think the first thing would actually be kind of being able telepathically to broadcast this to everyone in the vicinity, but like more specifically hone in on the leader of the gang.
Mhm.
And just, we are here in peace. We do not want to hurt you or your people. We have an explanation, and we can help you.
The TkTks. For those who do not remember what they look like,
I think
Please
also,
go over to that one image again. That's haunting Greg. Please.
I want to go over to the image that
do it.
haunts Greg. It matters very much. Let me get to our haunting image for a moment.
I do think that in saying like that we can help, I think the Harlock would also send over like just some imagery of like the kind of technology they have and the kind of things that they're capable
I thought you were
of.
gonna say like them destroying all the Marrymore clones, being like murder. Like,
Yeah,
"Ooh, you'd
yeah,
love to
you
see
know what?
that."
She did a lot of that, so, and that's something that
Did.
she specifically did. So she might be able to like also be like, see, common enemy,
Mhm.
enemy,
It's not a lie.
enemy of enemy. Huh?
It's not a lie. The TkTks, you can see them sort of like poking their heads out from the underbrush. And I'm going to point out something about how dangerous they are, how threatening and intimidating they are.
They're so
They are
cute.
3 feet tall.
I know.
They have thrown their spears, so they don't have any more.
Horrified.
Their wings don't work. They have atrophied as a
Hearts.
species.
Would they be good for hugging?
They are
They
good for hugging.
are quite thin,
Oh,
which
maybe
means
Oh.
their amount of strength does not seem to be particularly high. You notice when they were throwing those spears, they did not throw them very far or hard. One got you pretty good, but not good enough to really get through your armor.
It might have been the arc of it was just really good. Just
Yeah.
That was their sharpest spear. And they give it to their
Yeah.
best spear thrower. Yeah.
Yeah.
my buddies.
You can see one of them sort of popping out, and they have got claws, right, that are pretty like gnarly on their little hands and feet. But
Their feet.
Fingy claws.
they're also not. They don't look. Oh. Birds have hollow bones so they can fly.
Yeah.
These don't look like they have hollow bones.
Maybe
No,
they do.
I don't want to
Oh,
snap.
Bless
Guys
them.
and a
They're so
half, man, that-
fragile.
I would feel real bad about that.
Look, I was like, we could massacre them if we needed
We
to.
could.
But we don't want to.
We could do lots of things.
You probably could massacre them really easily, considering all the bonus damage they take because they have hollow bones.
Oh, babies.
Yeah. They also have nets on them, right? You can see they've got nets. Like they've lost their spears because they threw them at you, but they've got nets.
That's the problem with spears. You throw them and they're gone.
Yeah.
And they've got these big eyes and these little they sort of come out.
Can I like grab one of the spears out of the ground and just like roll it back to them? Like, there you go.
Don't throw it back. You'll hurt them.
No, roll it back. Like, roll it on the ground. Because that's like the least intimidating thing you can do with the spear. Is like, here you go. Give that back. You have your weapon back. Like,
Right.
yeah.
The leader stands there, and one, not the leader, scuttles forward, takes the spear, backs up. And the lead one, wearing like a red vest made of some kind of woven fabric,
So badass.
comes up,
Adorable.
claws. That's all that is said out loud.
Mhm.
If you were, I don't know, not psionic, you might think of these creatures as being, I don't know, dumb, not particularly intelligent, maybe not particularly verbal, maybe not particularly interesting, maybe, I don't know, take their land. It's cool.
Limitations of vocal cords. You know, it happens. It's a thing.
But the leader, you can hear both of you in your mind. We are great warriors who will defend ourselves. You should leave. We will defend ourselves and harm you if you come after our children.
I just shoot the Harlock a glance of like, oh.
I know. I imagine
Really,
them
the
both
look
looking at each
just
other.
says
It's
like,
like,
I really don't want to have to massacre these guys. Like, that's the look. It's just very quick.
we can see, and the Harlock, I think, would be probably agreed upon to be the speaker. Just
You
psionically.
do have the greater psionic strength out of the two of us. So yeah.
But just we honor and respect your warrior ways, and I think she's doing this in a way that Quint can hear too. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like a broadcast. And we would never deem to insult you by suggesting you would need our help. However, to honor you, we would want to offer, since we are indeed in your lands.
I'm going to want a couple of possible roles for you all.
Right.
Intellect-based melee will give you information about their combat abilities, if you were interested in that sort of a thing. But we would probably want some kind of diplomacy, some kind of social roles here.
What about a good old carouse?
You're not yet partying, but let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Carousing for the art of socializing fun and making sure others do too.
This
So
seems
you're
fun
not
to me,
really,
but-
you're not really in a fun situation at the moment.
What about persuade?
Mm-hmm.
Persuade.
Persuade, casual, informal talking, bargaining, bluffing, includes bribery and intimidation.
I could go persuade or deception.
I don't feel like you're being deceiving.
Well, I
It does
straight
not
up
feel to
lied them and said that we respected them as warriors, which I don't know.
Oh,
Wait, no, we do,
they
but
try
we
so hard.
no, we respect the passion that they have,
They're very passionate.
but we also acknowledge, but we're not telling them that we could hurt you very badly.
Very
If you
good.
choose to
Diplomacy.
fight us.
Diplomat is what we need here.
Oh, I don't have diplomacy though. I'm not a diplomat.
Would persuade work? Be like, hey guys, we want to be friends.
It's a little too tense of a situation for
Okay.
a persuade. This is
I'm jack of all trades, but Yeah.
That's gonna be better than what I got.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I'll
Unless we
roll.
start
What about
partying,
chatting?
like I've
Sure.
got very little. To
You will
offer.
get a boon because you did not attack them.
Oh, that's good. I like that. All right. Boon. Diplomacy. Diplomancy. Go. That's
Okay.
a 9.
All right.
Okay.
Could have been a lot worse.
So the TkTks are ready. Did we get that intellect-based melee
Oh.
roll from
Oh,
anybody?
I can
wanna?
do that.
Sure. I know you have melee. I know we both have melee. It's a thing that we have that we like. Nice.
It's an 8.
Okay. Quint, what do you say? As they are like,
Yeah, kind of building off of what the Harlock put forth and be like, we are not here to make enemies of your people. In fact, we would like to become friends, or at least neutral, if possible. You are marvelous through, and Quint genuinely means that. And we would like to better understand you and maybe help with your predicament with the evil warlord. Because he is no friend of
Harlock?
ours.
the Harlock,
Mm-hmm.
these creatures. What's your melee score?
It is where to go. 2.
2, right. Okay. You would say they are hunter-gatherers, which means they can do hunting
And
We're
get
gathering.
and gathering. They probably do not hunt things that are bigger than them for the most part. Your guess is the reason why they were able to get Severance is because he was in psionic space. And that made him not particularly aware of their approach.
vulnerable.
He is still in psionic space somewhere.
Probably.
And
He's just lost.
He's in like TkTk prison in psionic space. Little sticks.
they
Like
look
Gilligan's Island style.
Yeah, they look swift. They look capable to hunt down like lizards or boar or like rabbits.
Boar are very aggressive.
They are.
Boar might be a bit much. Yeah, they look pretty fragile, right? They look capable, but they just don't. They're like birds. They're like little dinosaurs. You know what I mean? Like they've got hollow bones. They can hunt and gather things, but you do not sense. Pack tactics probably pretty good. You do not think. I mean, you could kill them. Both of you could just slaughter their entire village if you wanted.
To be fair,
I mean,
eating geese, very.
Yeah.
I would not want to.
Yeah, we exchanged that look that said we really don't have to massacre these guys if we don't have to.
I feel bad.
but you could if you wanted.
So yeah,
We don't want to, but we will if we need to. You know what I'm saying?
right.
So let's just say for a moment that we're going to think about hardiness of body. Let's put a number on people, like just as a way to sort of think about your strength, right?
Yeah.
Theoretically. So let's think about the average person. If you thought about all of their hardiness together, let's put that at a 21, right?
Oh,
I don't know what you all are. If you put all three of your
some
physical
of us
stats
might be a little
together,
hardier than others. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
some people are very hardy. Let's pretend if we were going to put a number on them total, let's pretend that number were 8.
Oh, and I bet most of that's Dex. Oh.
I'm sorry. I think what you mean to say is most of that's charm.
Yeah, they're all social. They're all
Yeah.
So charming.
So these are creatures who certainly hunt, right? Who are smart, who have cunning, who can probably trap things and clearly ambushed you. But I wouldn't want to get into a fight
good
with
on
them.
I wasn't expecting an ambush. Good for them. You know?
I wouldn't want to get into a fight with them because you would murder them, you would slaughter them, you would capture them and then torture them in a lab somewhere fairly easily.
Well,
So
I don't think we would do that last
It's
bit,
not
but you
something
know,
we would do, but
yeah, you know, the other part we could do.
Yeah.
But we
And so the
feel
lead-
really bad doing it.
Yeah. We'd be like, oh,
Oh,
I hate that it ended up this way.
The lead TkTk, and I'm going to tell you, there are a lot of humans on this planet. All of them could kill all of these pretty easily if they wanted to take their land. If they wanted to, right? Like, yeah.
not
So
great land, but
it's not great land. It's also really sucky land, which is probably why they
They don't care.
are still here.
Yeah.
So the lead TkTk sort of grabs the spear from the other one and goes, "Are you speaking of the one who destroyed the stars?"
Yes, that one.
We have him now. He's ours.
About that, the destroyer of stars can change physical form, swap bodies, so to speak. The one you have is a copy with a different soul. It is not the same as the one you are looking for, unfortunately.
The destroyer of stars comes and steals our children.
Which is very upsetting. It's very tragic. That is so sad. And it should not, he should not do that. It's just so
Big thumbs
that's
down.
terrible. Just 2 thumbs down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you here?
Well, one of our friends we suspected might have been kidnapped by the killer of stars. But we have made contact with them, and it turns out that they have instead broken into his house, and are going to destroy it. So hopefully he won't come back to drink any more death.
They stop for a moment with their like eyes getting wide, big sort of black eyes getting wide. He drinks death.
The destroyer stars, yes.
Yes.
Not the one you have captive. It is a different
He
person in that
drinks
body.
nothing.
Yes, he barely drinks water.
Very
Very dehydrated. We're so in sync. I'm here for it.
It is our curse.
Curses can be broken. And
Those
no, I'm gonna hold off.
Those who destroy the stars with their weapons. They built us to be used to drink. It is life.
It doesn't have to be. After all, you defended yourselves and your children against us. And you got me with that spear, and it hurt.
And then one of them creeps up towards you.
This is yours. She'll
Reaches
just like
out,
hold it out.
takes it, pulls out a small bag, like burlap, comes towards you, and like puts out a finger to see if they can touch you.
She's just gonna stand there. Just kind of let whatever's happening happen.
8. Nice. Comes up. Puts like a poultice where it kind of went through the armor wound. Like from the bag. Kind of smelly, kind of peaty, right? Little poultice. And with their amazing technology and advanced skills, you get a full 1 point back in healing.
Oh.
They seem to have worked really hard to try to patch you up, and that is as good as they could do.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna try to like, again, Quint's not great with this whole telepathy thing, and it's just going to, when he said engineered by the ones who destroyed the stars, it's just going to kind of like, well, this one's going up to the Harlock, be like, maybe the Harlock's distracted enough to not hear this, and just kind of like direct it a little bit more towards the leader who's been speaking. Like, do you mean that you were created from the drawing? And like kind of like imagine the droid.
Please ask again.
Were you engineered by the ones who destroyed the stars? Are you by relation of the droid? And again, I'll just kind of like project the an
Yes.
image of a droid.
The ancient stories and songs say that we came from them. Those who destroyed the stars made us as acorns from them.
I see. Very interesting. They're very respectable. So are you.
Follow us. But they don't move because you're kind of dangerous looking. So they say follow us, but they kind of wait to make sure you're not going to attack them. Do you know what I mean? Like it's the kind of
Yeah, I think the Harlock will
Yeah.
straight up just like
Quint has no visible weapons showing or anything. Yeah. All right.
once they're certain you're not going to kill them all, they begin to start moving to make sure you're going to follow them.
yes, as they're following, the Harlock would turn to Quint. Look, they healed me a little.
That is very nice of them.
It was.
Just to note that Val was able to heal Terrica like a lot, and they were able to heal you like.
But
Well,
the
Val
TkTks tried
Val
so
probably could've
hard.
Injured us a lot more too. So
That's fair.
And they take you, and it's a bit of a.
best.
It's like a bit of a winding path behind like sort of scrub and brush, and you go for like another 45 minutes, and you end up sort of emerging by some foothills to like another one of these little communities that is all covered, right? Again, you would not be able to see it from above, and it's actually pretty hard to see from below until you actually sort of emerge into this space. And you can see that this seems to be a village. There seem to be a bunch of refugees from the last village that you freaked out that are here sort of waiting, and you can see them about, right? And there's like a central hearth here. There are a lot of people, and they say, sit. And there are like little stones around this central hearth. And they sort of gesture you towards one of these places to sit.
Shell.
Yeah. Just crisscross applesauce. Just...
They bring you like a jug, sort of made out of a gourd that has some liquid. I would not drink it because you are in tainted atmosphere. I would not take off your rebreathers at all. It would be very unhealthy for you. They're able to breathe this atmosphere. You are not. I would not take off your masks, but they bring you food and they bring you water, right? And the water's in a gourd, and you've got these sort of gourd bowls with crickets, the equivalent of probably quite irradiated, sort of like crickets and berries, and they sort of like hand them to you.
They're glowing.
Thank you very much. And won't take up the rebreather, but we'll like pour some of the water into like a canteen that Quint has to show that, you know, we are accepting and thankful, and we don't have these on, we'll drink it. Yeah. To like accept the hospitality without having to accept toxic fumes. Radiation.
The Harlock will put a few crickets in her pocket.
Yeah.
The leader waits and then like stamps this spear on the ground, and 3 other TkTks emerge, and they are wearing wraps shawls of feathers. They've got sort of paint on them. And the paints are all circles, like all sorts of different kinds of circles. They kind of look like stars in a way on their bodies. And they sort of come to the center where this hearth is. And they begin to dance. And then they begin to sing. And outside in physical space, all you hear is tick, 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 tick. But in your mind, you can hear a song from the lead dancer that is slow and sad and long notes of cries. And you can hear a story that is told. Once, many times ago, the sky was full of stars, like a blanket of jewels. The air was clean. And there were the ancient ones. The ancient ones, the killer of stars. There were many of these ancient ones. They lived all over, in all spaces. And then at one time, one of these ancient ones became angry at the others. The ancient ones came and brought life to all rocks. They built and made all of the beings, the large trees and the acorns that are them. They made the smooth ones, the hairy ones. They made all of the ones and sent them into the stars. They were the gods, and these gods, the makers of all of the life, would dance and sing until they became angry. And then the gods, angry with each other, brought out weapons that no one could imagine. Weapons, each one could blink out a star and destroy it. And the great war raged for many generations. And in these generations, stars blinked out of the sky. And now, and they point to a direction. There is a space with no stars where once there was. So many beings died after the ancient gods, the killers of stars, destroyed half of the sky. They left. They went away, never to return, leaving us all here, free from their influence. And then a younger one comes out and says, in song, that is the old story, that the gods came, made us all, destroyed the world, and then left us. But we have a new song. Some generations ago, one of the gods returned in the shape of a human. And this god does not kill stars, but kills us. And they do a dance, and you can see a little spark, a slightly psionic spark, and it's a figure. And the figure at first looks like something you can't explain. You don't really quite understand it, and it sort of shapes and it morphs to become Severance. You know it's a psionic imagination, right? That it becomes what it is, but then you two both see that this Severance figure stops and becomes Terrica. And you see Terrica kidnapping them in this little, like it's a like a Indonesian shadow puppet dance, right?
Yes.
Terrica comes and takes them away. And you imagine that this same little spark would look like someone else whenever that one. And they say, this is not the great God, but a small God who must have been awoken. all of the killers of stars are out there somewhere. All of them. But this one has come to curse us for forgetting to worship. And the dance ends.
Hmm.
And there's a moment where Quint gets a little deja vu because Quint remembers asking the group if Severance was a millennial-year-old warlord, but now in Quint's memory it's Terrica, and that just like
That is correct.
that shift makes Quint go, huh? Is that what happened when bodies changed?
Now, I'm going to note this. There's something wrong about it because it sort of flickers in between Severance and Terrica. Like it sort of shifts into Terrica,
Yeah.
and then it kind of like shifts back a little bit as if something weird happened with the technology. That's not how they would understand it, right? But there's something about it's unclear, right, where that warlord is. That's the way I would explain it to you. For them, they don't see this flickering at all, right? They see their own image, but you all are seeing a bit of a
interesting. Love it. Here for it.
Yes, and they stop, and they wait, and the leader thumps the spear 3 times. And there's a bit of a hullabaloo. And you can hear something heavy being dragged. And out of one of the sort of larger burrows, you can see Severance, unconscious, with a burlap sack over his head, bound, being dragged from outside of a burrow. And they sort of, there's about...
this in my memory, just... Yeah.
And there are 5 of them that are dragging Severance, because Severance is kind of tall and big. So like dragging Severance, and they drop Severance at your feet.
Oh. May we take him?
And the leader says to you, this one is not normal.
That's
no.
Just saying it lightly.
Normally, the vases for the gods are always empty until the god is within them. This one is not empty, but it does not have the god, but it is a vase.
Correct.
Yes.
There's a prophecy about this.
Go on. I'd love to hear it.
When a vase can walk on its own 4 feet, that vase has a spark of life on its own. A vase with life of its own is powerful. A vase with a life of its own may find the hiding place of the gods. All gods will wish to break the vase, for the vase may find its other pieces. There's great power in a vase that can walk on its own, and anyone who controls the vase that walks on its own may get access to the gods, may ask the gods for favors, and may have great power. So if you do not wish to deal with the gods, the vase must be broken. For those who are greedy and wish and they stop the prophecy. They just say, there are great weapons, the star-killing weapons, with a blink. If you wanted such a weapon, because you were bad, you would want this vase, because the vase could bring you to the gods and they may give you the weapon, and then you have the power to destroy stars.
Mm.
But they look at each other. You cannot trust the gods. If they wake, they will not give you the weapon. They will just wake and destroy the stars themselves. It's a fool who thinks they can make deals with the gods. You should break this vase, because if anyone controls this vase, it could doom us all.
Well, thank you for sharing the prophecy. We shall take it to heart.
The Harlock, you might recall how many people have sent you out, well, how you have been sent out to find particularly this person
That's weird.
and send them back, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like it might be a great idea. The TkTks don't. Anyway,
I do feel like at a certain point,
I feel like
just
we should definitely listen to the TkTks. They seem very wise.
well, and I think
adorable.
after that, the Harlock would have to say, and not in psionic space, but just to Quint, this vase being very powerful, we must make sure that Severance never hears that.
Agreed.
And then back into the telepathic. We thank you for sharing your wisdom.
some of our people live in the human towns. Not many. They, the humans, do not know that they too are only clay made by the killers of stars, by the gods. We are all only clay made by the gods. They will return if they are awoken.
Well, we must make sure to let them lie then.
Not wake them.
This one points at Severance. You don't think they're actually talking about Severance, right?
Yeah.
This god
shell. Oh,
is already awoke. He's already walking among us.
Well, that is why we aim to put him back to sleep.
They cannot be killed, but they can sleep.
Then that's what we shall do.
If this god wakes all of them, surely we will all die.
well, we just have to make sure that doesn't happen.
You are going to destroy the home of the god? It is a forbidden place.
That's the plan.
How will you do so?
Well, we did destroy one home of the god before by lighting it on fire.
A different home.
There's several.
Yes, it is said. Do you know where his home is?
No, do you?
It is a forbidden place. It is cursed.
If, just in hypothetically speaking, is there a prophecy that tells where it might be?
We know where it is.
Hmm.
We hear the screaming of our children and our elders and our brothers and our sisters and our siblings screaming very loudly tick, 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 whenever he or she or they come So it has been for, how do they say? Hundreds of years this god has come in many shapes. And when they come to kill us, slowly, we hear it in our minds for months, screaming. We know. We don't go there. It is a
Well-
place of bones.
Well, can you show us how to get there, and then we shall see that this does not continue.
Yes, if we destroy his home, he cannot sleep there. He'll have to go to sleep somewhere else.
They think about it. Yes. If he has no home here, he may not return. But he likes to drink death.
Noticed. It's not a good habit. Not a good look.
Mm.
And the lead dancer leans in to the Harlock and sniffs.
Oh.
Your death would be very sweet for the killer of the stars.
Well, I don't intend to grant them the satisfaction.
They look. There are beings that have power in their blood. The more power in your blood, the sweeter the taste of death. The more he comes to kill you. So, we are always made to be drunk and eaten. But if he has no home here, he may not come back so easily. If you kill his home, we will sing you into our songs.
Oh, that wouldn't be too bad.
Seems like enough convincing for me. Let's go kill his house.
Yes. We shall
Follow
do
us.
this. I think other Harlock stands, and then also just
I'll
again.
grab the unconscious admiral, because I strung robot arms. So just whoop.
And they will take up spears, nets, jugs of water, and they will begin a hunting party of about 8. Will begin to escort you out.
Yay.
And you will walk for a few hours out to a place that starts becoming less and less dense with vegetation. And as you move, you will see signs on the ground, symbols written in the dirt, which you don't know what they mean, but you can guess they mean do not go here.
Tick writing for caution, danger, cursed, forbidden, do not
Yes.
pass.
Yes. And the TkTk language are these kind of funny glyphs, these kind of interesting little sort of glyph sorts of things, a little crude. But as you move forward and they start bringing you, they begin to get low, to move quietly, a little bit more stealthily. And they move you up to a bit of a ridge. And when you crest the ridge, they sort of get you to sort of like lean down and begin to crawl on their bellies. They motion for you to do so as well.
Yeah, no, the Harlock will get down.
Sure. Yeah. Just like hoist Severance onto like the back instead of like the shoulder. Be like, it's
Just
tight
put it
hands.
pull 'em along.
There we go. Yep. Severance backpack.
As you sort of move and you peek over the edge of the ridge, I'm going to need Terrica to make a roll if you don't mind.
And I think as we're moving and I'm like getting the Severance backpack, I'd like to text Terrica, because if we're in like electronics, like radio range, Terrica might be able to get this message and be like, we convinced the TkTks to take you to his hideouts. I think we might see your building.
So You send it off. It does not get through. You don't have to roll for it because this is that place. I'm going to need a roll from you, Terrica. I'm going to need your psionic strength, please. Do you have what? I'm sorry. What psionic talents do you have?
I have teleportation, awareness, and the noble avatar of Drinax, telepathy.
Yes, you do.
Yes,
Great.
I do.
What psionic talents do you have, Quint?
Telepathy.
I will not be asking you the Harlock because you have not taken the drugs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
The
huh.
drugs.
I've only got
The
one.
drugs.
Woo.
This is a
Nope.
drug situation, is what this is.
Woo.
Yay,
Oh,
drugs.
yeah, no, that's not me flavored.
No. Did you
Well,
say
that-
awareness?
Yes, I have awareness.
Yes. Great. Awareness helps you heal yourself and make yourself strong, etc., etc. I'm going to
Well,
need
isn't that handy?
a roll from you, Terrica. Telepathy, please.
Okay.
Thank you. 11.
Mhm.
Great. That's good. I'm going to need a roll from the Harlock. Do you
Well,
have... Yeah. Do you have... You have clairvoyance, do you not?
I've practically everything.
Yes, you do. Could you give me some clairvoyance, please?
Could I ever?
We're thinking about some, tactical awareness is what we're looking at. That's what we're thinking about.
That's 6.
Mm-hmm.
Clairvoyance is really strong.
You need 2 more.
I have, I believe, but 1 luck, so I cannot do that. I
Great.
can put
This is
1 luck
perfect.
into it.
So, 2 things. 1,
Mm-hmm.
you fail the Harlock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's the thing about it. That's weird. You generally have a sense of the weave of the world around you. Sometimes you actually have to sort of pay attention to actually get more detail, but there's always like a general low-level psionic life in all things.
Mm-hmm.
Some things so dormant that they cannot wield psionics, but there's always some kind of psionic life in everything that is alive, but also in everything in general. Do you know what I mean? And it's always there. People who are sophonts, who have consciousness, their thoughts are always going, bugging in your space, making things loud. It's actually, I will note, by the way, that you did not get any of that with the TkTks. They clearly have some kind of shielding, so they don't crowd your mind with thoughts, which
So
might have been nice.
It
Might have been
was.
nice. But as you're cresting this ridge, there is a complete absence of any kind of psionic life. You fail to sense anything in a way that is the absence of something rather than just, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And as you peek over, you see like a deep, deep canyon, and there's like a bit of a mesa in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
And that mesa is distant, but not so far. You can see it. It is sort of like scrubby and just there, nondescript. But there is a lack of all life, a lack of psionic sense. And if you were not psionic, you wouldn't think nothing of it. If you were psionic and very powerful, you might notice an absence that says death. This is not a place to be. This is not a place to go. If you were maybe a TkTk, you'd be like, nope, out, right? This is not a place. This is a bad place. This is a place that this is bad. And there are recon from Quint.
Sure. Recon what? Int? That's the usual
Yes,
one, right?
please. Mm-hmm.
So jack of all trades and let's go. Click.
Sure.
Oh, I didn't mean to roll with the boon. Sorry, let me check that. I had it checked.
That's
too.
okay.
That
You
would've been
get
the
it.
same. Yeah.
Yeah. For reasons.
Oh,
Quint,
that's great. Love that.
two things. One, there are these rocks that lead up to this mesa.
Huh?
Their pattern's a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Those are probably killer robots, is the best way I can put it. They are camouflaged, but this place
Oh.
has guardians. To get
I'll
to
just
this
put
place,
my hand out. Like,
Yeah.
oh.
yeah, they're not going any further than this ridge. Like, this is their stop point, right? And
Yeah,
if you
the-
wanted to
the
get
hand-
into this
The
place,
TkTks know the boundaries. It's to be in front of the Harlock. Be like, well, hold on a second.
yeah, and they're far from you. But if you wanted to get to this place, the place that they say the Killer of Stars sleeps, you would have to go through probably some guardians. This is not a place to be. It's not safe. Do not go there. That is what they have to say. And then there is a tendril. I would like to know what it looks like for Quint. But you're close enough, my friend, with
I'm
your
just
contact high
starting
up
to
that
say-
drug.
Oh, you see those rocks over there? They're definitely killer robots. And what the fuck is that? And
I would like to know what a tether looks like for you, Quint.
what the tether, a psionic tether looks like.
From Terrica.
From Terrica.
Mm-hmm.
It's an excellent question. Quint is not the most experienced psionically. This has been shown again and again in this episode.
Would be a silk?
I think it'd be like if it's a tether, Quint would think of like safety gear, like the carabiner with
Yeah.
the line that goes out that you would use when you're training,
Yeah.
or like to do a certain acts where people are connected to
Yeah.
each other to do things. So it's probably like a ripcord kind of
Yeah.
string with a carabiner or a hook or safety clasp on the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see this safety rope, and it hooks into. You realize now that you have carabiners
Oh.
all on your body.
Got the 5-point harness for the
Yeah.
training. That's weird. Okay.
This is, you know how drugs put holes in your brain? Yeah. These holes are the carabiners.
Oh, that's great. The little hooks for the carabiner.
Yeah.
Put them together.
And this tether rope
Oh.
hits you, and it grabs a hold of you. Terrica, you are in the middle of like working to pull these things in and getting yourself set up. Because it's been a long time for you to do this thing, and all of a sudden, you're high on drugs, my friend. You have got a whole thing going on. And one of your tethers,
Drugs
what
last
do
a
they look
while.
like to you?
The tethers to Terrica. Man, I should have really thought about this, and I didn't give it any thought. But the very first thing that comes to mind is, so you know how in Drinax there's two colors of mourning, right? There's white and there's gold.
Yeah.
And these tethers from Terrica are long gold chains that connect, that snake out and connect and hook in. And it's not like thick gold. It's not like a thick like steel chain. It's more delicate than that, but
Yeah.
it's deceptively delicate looking. Like you couldn't snap it.
There's a tug.
Cool.
You're working to get these things in. All of a sudden, one of these tethers that you have that has been like floating out there, looking for connections,
Oh.
hoping for connections, found one with Val. The other one snaps out into the void, and it hits something. And you know immediately that it's Quint. Immediately you know Quint is close. And there's a connection between you two in this moment as you tether in to Quint. You're less alone now than you were. The tether's there. Quint is close. Quint is coming. Perhaps. Quint, I need to tell you something because I like to let you know these things.
Oh, thanks.
Piece of you that knows if you took those drugs, you would have your own tethers. You would have more power. It's like, at the moment, you have one person with a lot of power that's hooking into others, but if you all have that power, then you just... And when I say this to you, when I say you know and all that, I want you to... I'm not telling you your feelings. I'm telling you the drugs feelings, right? You can do what you want with that, but I'm telling you your...
See, when I was growing up on the streets of home,
the
DARE program fed a lot of orphan street kids, and so I learned to just say no. Also, the Cirque was super against like performance enhancers and things.
Yeah, they were.
So I'm gonna decline that one.
But I want you to know that your body feels it, and your body is telling you that you...
No.
And we're speaking about addiction for a moment, and I just want to note that you only got a contact high of these drugs. You did not take it.
Wow.
You only got a contact high, and your body is craving connection and power. It's not so bad because you only got a contact high, and you did not stay in it very long, unlike some other people. And so you recognize it for what it is, and you do not have to give into it. But part of your psionic self is like, ooh, shiny. Oh, right. Like, oh, this could be nice. Do you know what I mean? Like when you're just like, ooh, and you do that what you will because you are not addicted to these drugs and you have not taken them. I'm just noting that one. But I will just note that there is a pull, right? That there's a pull. Yeah. And when you get hooked on Terrica, I just need you to know that there is a very intense, intimate connection that is... You normally cannot connect in these ways, but this is something that is like behind all armor, right? It is this intense connection that can only come when it's like soul to soul. It's also done through drugs. But I just do want to point out that this is like there's...
Quint's not a big heart-to-heart person. There's only like a couple people in this universe that have had that experience with Quint. And ooh, wow, okay.
And I don't know how Quint feels about it, but what I'm going to say, it is very...
Ooh.
It's like you're sharing blood with someone, right? But it's even deeper than blood. It is like your core essence that you are hooked in, and you are... It's not fully there because you haven't taken the drugs, but if you did, it'd be even better. It'd be so tasty.
We could be so connected together.
We could.
Wouldn't that be amazing? Don't you want to take the drugs? Take the drugs. Take the drugs.
Hey, we learned about this. We learned about this.
Yeah. Dare says just say no.
But it will make you more powerful for as long as the drugs last.
I don't
just
need
noting
that
it.
right now.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I'm
Not now.
I was literally surrounded by an entire community that I could easily slaughter, probably with one of my eyes closed and an arm tied behind my back.
Yeah,
I felt pretty powerful already
feeling.
today. And look, psionics are a little scary. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's what everybody in the Imperium says. They're like, these things are scary.
Yeah. I don't know a lot about them, so it's a little unknown, and that's what's scary. It makes me not want to like, oh, let's grab for more. So yeah.
You say that
but
now,
I will say...
I do say that now. Watch me eat my words in like a season or two, and I'm like, drugs.
Well, you only have 9 doses left, so there's that.
We have Val. We can make more.
Actually, that'd be Severance, who would probably be the ones to make more since he's a...
Well, no, we need Val's genetic material.
Oh, that's true. You do need...
We have Val. We could make more.
Oh,
wow. Yeah. So...
Anyways.
Oh, my God.
Terrica?
Can I, like, give this tether, like, a little, like, Morse code tug of, like, hi.
I mean, I think you get an immediate... Well, assuming that we can do this, I think you get an immediate response back of just like an excited hello, and then like 10,000 emotions.
Wow. Okay, this is a lot.
The Harlock, it's happening. You can smell it.
we're outside. You've
Yeah,
got
I
the
felt
murder
like I
robots around
should
the
give them some
base.
space, but
We see the hideout that you are in. There's some murder robots disguised outside as rocks.
Oh, no, there are a
Do you
lot of
want us
those.
to like come up, or should we go back now that we know where the location is and get the ship and bring it back? Or did you want what's the plan?
The plan,
Oh, so you're having a lot of feelings right now? I'm just saying it's a
and then when you say that, all of the feelings disappear with like the snap of the finger, and they're like
Oh.
gone.
I don't know if that's better or worse.
What?
What?
Okay, so
I'm sorry, we have to stop right now. That just happened, so we can't just move on past that.
Oh,
I'm going to need a
wonderful.
roll.
Oh, I love this.
a roll of
Ooh,
Yeah.
what kind?
Of what kind? Yeah.
Who is rolling?
Terrica, first, I need you to make a psionics roll. And you could use your lineage ability, your true liege. No, that's not good. You can't use that one because that one is the wrong flavor. Just
no.
go with telepathy and you can have a boon, please.
A boon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
If Severance were awake, that might be different. Great. Awesome. That's great.
Bad. Is it? No, you
It
said
might be
great.
bad. Quint, I need you
Yeah.
to make a roll.
I would love to make you a roll. What's up?
Psionic strength.
God,
And
can't
I need you to
Yes.
add deception.
Oh, okay. Deception, psionic strength. I can do that.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Deception, psionic strength. Boon, regular, normal, Bane.
Boon, because you're connected. And also the Harlock. Can I get a psionic strength based
here we go.
love to.
recon?
Woo!
Great.
That's an amazing psionic roll
Mhm.
for me.
Ooh,
It is.
nice.
Yep.
Because I get the
Uh-huh.
bonus with deception and evens out the negative for my psionic strength.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
That is 10.
Great. Okay, let's start at the top.
Woo!
You
I
shut off
love
all of
this.
your emotions. That was
Mhm.
really easy.
Yeah.
It was easier than you thought it might be. It was like
Light
you've
switch.
done this before. It's like shutting off all of your feelings is very easy for you to do. To separate yourself from others who are not as advanced, perhaps, as you is very easy. You might have done this many times before.
Does it feel comfortable and safe?
In this body, yes. It also feels... I'm going to say this in a weird way. It feels powerful. It feels like a reinforcement of your self-control. It feels as if it's a reminder of how powerful you are. It's a reminder of how much control you have. It's a reminder of how easy it is to deceive people who don't need to know things about you. If you don't want people to know things, they don't have to ever know anything. You are very good at that, as it turns out, and you have always been very good at that. And when I say this, I need you to know that it's in your bones, as opposed to, it's like when Severance killed the Pirate Queen, when Severance is not good at fencing at all, but like it was nothing, like he'd done it so many times before, when he killed her with a weapon that he is not good at, but his body is very good at that. It turns out you are very good at just shutting off your feelings towards other people if you need to.
I mean, that also explains why Terrica did not dissolve into a puddle on the floor after seeing all of the dead people.
Do you remember when you ordered those robots about?
Yeah,
Pretending to be Mary
of
Moore.
course. Yeah.
That was also very easy. That level of command you have. And I am sure you might have said to yourself it's because, you've seen your mom do it or whatever, but it was
Yeah.
very convincing. It was very easy.
Did it feel satisfying?
Yes. It also just felt natural, you know?
Okay.
Those are just things you can do. So, Quint, with your deception roll, which you also use to see through deception,
Yeah.
that was a big wall real fast.
That was strange.
Yeah, that is not how you've ever experienced Terrica before.
Nope.
You have some experience with masking, do you not?
Yeah, I wore one in the circ. That's all. Yeah. I would never hide my emotion. Yes, actually, yes, I do. A lot of experience masking.
It was
Majority
like
of my
that,
life masking. Yeah.
but it was so fast. It was so immediate. It was so not a vibe you're used to, actually.
Yeah. Not the usual Terrica vibe.
And yeah, and the Harlock.
Mhm.
Okay.
There are these tethers. What do they look like for you?
I think it would be difficult to explain necessarily because the psionic world has its own sorts of
Yeah.
visuals and things like that.
Yeah.
But
And this, by the way, smells of that drug that harmed you. These tethers are, they've got that smell that is that sort of rot that is that, like, it's not a good time. You almost like you lost all of your like.
wasn't great.
Yeah, not great.
But yeah, I think for the Harlock, they would be like almost this like neon green, like kind of slimy,
Yeah.
tenderly thing. Like if you've ever seen like Fern Gully,
Yeah. Yeah.
imagine the goopy stuff, but more like neon,
Yeah. So
like that kind of stuff.
in this moment, Terrica felt the connection, and then shut it off, and it was easy to do so. Easy to just shut off whatever feelings you have like that. Quint noted how easy it was to shut that off and was like, oh, that's different. The Harlock, you see something slightly different. You see the same action has a different perspective for each one of you. And you see something slightly different. And what you see is those tendrils reeking, dripping with that drug that was also made with Zodani DNA in a way to be actively harmful to them. So, no great, right? You see that tendril, and you can see this power connection between them, and you know it's artificial and unhealthy. And then it immediately gets shut down, and I'm going to tell you something about that shutdown. It's a different power that does it. It is psionic, but it is not that drug power that did it.
Okay.
It is a different, doesn't have the same smell, doesn't have the same look. Terrica shut that down, overrode it with a kind of power that you have not seen before. And you know Terrica's psionic strength. You know Terrica's psionic flavor, smell, scent. This was not that. It came from Terrica, but it does not have the same smell, does not have the same texture, and it was not the drug that did that. Terrica has some kind of you have been disciplined in psionics since you were 2-3 years old.
Mm-hmm.
You have been trained in how to focus your psionic strength. And one of the reasons why being in this space outside of the Zidane console is so terrible is because these people do not have that discipline. So their thoughts and their minds are just everywhere, bleeding.
Wandering around.
Oh, it's all noise pollution all the time, which does not happen in Zidane space because you are all so well trained.
And
This was a
considered.
level of focus Terrica has never had, and most of the people in this space do not have. And you do not know many people who have that level of training and focus and that level of finesse. It does not feel to you as if it were... It's hard to say. I don't know how to put this. I don't want to say that it wasn't conscious because it clearly was, but it also wasn't. Do you know what I mean? Like there's like
The degree to which it excelled was unconscious in some way.
Instinctual would be the word I want to use rather than conscious. It felt instinctual, but very precise, as if whoever did that had centuries of training, but done instinctually. And with that, we're going to end our episode.
Can I do one
Yes,
thing?
you can. Absolutely. I'm ready for it.
So
I've got my Dr. Pepper.
after Terrica like cuts it off and they experience that like power and everything.
Control. It's like control. It's like not just like raw power. It's like technical skill. It's finesse. It is safe. It's like, do you know when
Yeah.
if you know how to do like Krav Maga or you know how to do chess, one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, I have a level of control. It's not just loose power. It's not like punching something. It is like if you are a really good fencer and you can hit anywhere you want with the tip of your saber, right? Or your rapier. It is that level of precision, expertise, and control where you could like break their thorax with just 2 fingers. It's that level of, sure, power. Oh, of course it's powerful, but it's about that fine control. It's about like being able to draw a portrait of somebody with a pen that looks like that's brilliant. You know what I mean? It's that level of
Precision.
experience, precision, and that's powerful. Yeah.
So I love and hate that. That's awesome. So I think what we see is Terrica, because they had been like fiddling under the dash to try and like get the memory so that they could, pull everything up right and get ready for takeoff. And we just see them like do that snap disconnect and then like a quiet moment. And then they're going to stand up. They're going to walk back to where I assume there's like a closet of some kind in the Elaine.
Oh,
And
it's
they're
nice.
just going to,
It's nice.
It's a nice closet. But they're going to open it up.
They're closing it. There are clothes. There's an entire wardrobe in there.
Oh, I assume, I don't think Terrica knew for sure. But as you're watching them walk back there, it's almost, they're walking as if they know. Yeah. And they open up the door and they're going to take out a white jacket with gold. And then they'll go back to setting up the ship.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of robot death, I shall not fear. And
and I guess they would the robots. Maybe we can figure that out later.
We'll see. We will end it there, my friends. We have 2 people come to save their friends who may not need some kinds of saving, but who knows if they need other kinds of saving. That's us, everyone. I would very much like to have our outros. If you could each say who you are, where we can find you, give some love, and next week, well, go ahead, do that, and I'm gonna pull up the tips and bits so I can read those out. And I want to start. We're gonna end with Terrica because I always like to end with the most wholesome people. Last. We're going to go by order of wholesomeness. We're going to start with Lindy. Lindy, who are you? Where can I find you and give some love?
Hi. Oh my gosh, so much love. Goodness, I loved Greg getting into the pod. That brought me joy. Just be like, yeah, I'll get in there, and I was like, yes, it's gonna go terribly, and I was there for it. I can't wait to see the ramifications of that long term. I also loved, just Terrica trying to figure out things now that they have this new body and these new abilities, and they're super high on drugs. I'm sure it'll be fine. I just like that whole figuring things out, like a baby druggie learning how to take its first steps into addiction. I'm here for it. And then I loved how on this exact same page Rocket and I were like saying the same phrases and things, being like, we were on the same page. Team Quint Harlock, or Harlock and the other Harlock, depending on the planet. I think they're a good dynamic duo, and neither of them talk very much, I don't think, to each other during all of it. There's a lot of just silence, and they're both just super fine with it. And of course, my greatest love goes to the TkTks. They were so cute, and I love them, and I'd like to think that their little performance that they did with the inclusion of the psionic aspect of it, I feel like that almost reminded Quint a little bit of Home, haha, pun, of the Cirque, because that's a very theatrical performance involving a lot of different senses, and even though psionic's not one of them, the psionic aspect kind of replaces some of the others, and so it was very immersive, and Quint very much enjoyed that. You could find me online at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I also like backpack Severance, and I can't wait for Cord to be back hopefully next week and to find out he's been converted into a backpack on me. Here for it. You can find me online, LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play and GM lots of tabletop RPGs. Let's see, next. You can find me next on my channel, LaughLoveLindy, for our Mondays in Exandria game, the new batch where we're playing Call of the Netherdeep. We've just got into the Rift for the Netherdeep. We killed an aboleth. It was a whole thing. I'm sure it'll be fine. And then on Tuesday, you can find me on Jay Britton's channel for Dark Ages Comedy Thulu. It's called Cthulhu, but my face always hurts, physically in pain after, because we laugh and smile so much. It's horrific and hilarious, so check it out. And then on Wednesday, the last episode of Mysteries at the End of the World should be playing. So, that's me. Thank you so much. And of course, next week here.
So from the least wholesome to the next level of wholesomeness, more wholesome, we're going to go with Rocket. Who are you? Where can we find you? And give some love.
I love that falls into the exact middle level of wholesomeness. So either second most wholesome or second least wholesome.
Yeah.
No one knows.
Why not both? Yes, hello everyone. It is I, Rocket Fox, your second favorite person. You can find me most of the times on Friday nights here. That's what I've been doing mostly. But the final Tuesday of the month, we are actually shifting formats. I produce a show over on Cybernation Uncensored called The Monthly Weird, and it's where I cover weird news, science, crime, things like that. And we are switching over for the very first time to pre-recorded, which does mean that there's less interaction between me and the chat, which is a sad face, but does mean that I'm able to do more production and bring you more awesome stuff during the show. So that's a happy face. So that is the last Tuesday of the month over on Cyber Nation Uncensored. And as far as love goes, oh my gosh, so starting with the Greg who's not here, I always appreciate how much Greg is ready to just 100% commit to however bad it's going to be. Like, however bad it's going to be, Greg always says, no, let me make it worse. And I can always 100% of the time appreciate that, because it has continued to get worse, and it will continue to get worse until we have reached the just inception of worse. And I'm excited to see how bad that can get. And then, Lindy, not to step on what you said, but when we said like some things at the same time, the same things, I was filled with a joy that cannot be really described. I'm hoping that on stream they actually came out as simultaneous as it felt like it did. Because that was amazing. I think the Harlock and Quint are the platonic power couple that we have needed this whole time. And I'm excited to see where their reign of violence takes them in the future.
The platonic couple that slays together stays together.
Yeah. Right. Power as in demonstrating power over our enemy.
Over others. Yeah.
And yeah, Ari, you're always like in 100%, like face deep in the moment. And I love that. And I especially love that at the very end with the changing of the jacket, because, not even just like, it's easy to either step away and change into a jacket or just like put it on, but there's such purpose and deliberateness in like the movements and such like that. And it becomes a part of the storytelling, which I think is really cool. And that's always around for everything. So I appreciate you giving me a singular thing I could focus on. And then Trooper, I also love the TkTks. They are delightful, and I want to cuddle them all. But I think really the most my love goes for that Sue's creepy room. It's creepy with stalking and with blood on the wall, and cannibalism. So, I feel like we've covered a lot of things that really felt just viscerally uncomfortable, and I love that. Like, I love in this game where we actually like are really dipping into some pretty freaky horror elements, because I love it. So really, for me, that's what matters. I hope that other people love it too. So that's me. That's what I got.
Sue's had a hard life, bad influences, good influences. Like, we don't need pro or antagonist, just antagonists, just influences. Yeah. And now the most wholesome, clearly, of all of our players for today. Ari, who are you? Where can we find you next? And then give some love.
Hi, I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me online here on Fridays, and also in Seattle at Pike Place Market. I perform at Unexpected Productions pretty regularly. I won't be there this weekend, but odds are good for next weekend. So, love. So, Fox actually took the one I was originally thinking of, which was that room. But realistically, there were two others that came to mind for you, Trooper. One was, I was so glad that Drinax didn't die, and I loved the fact that like now they're crammed into a roach, and we got to figure that out. I think that is super cool, and also I'm very relieved that Drinax didn't die, because I knew that Terrica was never gonna let go of Val, but like I was actually like, oh no, I'm
Look,
very bummed by this. Like,
it would have happened except that your brooch were there. Like if you didn't have the, like if there were no Drinaxian Viridian for it to go to, and if
yeah,
Fox had not succeeded in that role as well as they didn't succeed enough to stop the sundering, but they succeeded enough to be able to push it into a place if there were a place to go, and there was. You had been spending all that time spent sending love into your brooch, which was able to give it enough juice to be able to receive that seed, and Fox was able to do the push. So it would have died. It would have. And in a way,
Teamwork,
you know,
dream work.
teamwork make the dream work.
yeah.
Yep.
This is how it works. So
Yeah.
I loved that. I loved that so much. And also the like the recognition of Terrica's emotion cutting off things. Because I've been playing with that both of these episodes, and to give it meaning and weight of like, oh yeah, no, Terrica could go from being a very emotional creature to one that doesn't give emotion at all.
It's not
How
the
does
Terrica
that
most of us have
happen?
known. Yeah, that's
No.
not the Terrica most of us have known.
No, it's not. Anyway, I love that. I thought that was fantastic. And
New body, who dis?
who dis? What's up, guys? No longer have scars and lots of other things like pesky little emotions. Who needs those? Anyway. The Harlock, sorry, Fox, when the Harlock walked up to Val and like had that exchange with like Val and like, I guess by proxy, Terrica was there. It was such a good like, and then your like walk out of the mind space was just the most epic exit in the world. It was like a beautiful mic drop. And I was like, oh man, I aspire to do that with my characters. That's so cool. It was pretty cool. And then Lindy, so okay, so there are a few, but the biggest one that is coming to mind is the way that you like had Quint roll the spear back to the TkTks, like
Yeah.
just to like, we know we gotta figure this out, and just to
Yeah.
like, I'm just gonna roll it to them. I was like, that is such a like,
Yeah.
for somebody who knows so much about weapons and knows so much about engaging in a battlefield, you can see the real moment of just like them recognizing that and handling it. And I was like, oh, this is how we see more of Quint's soft side, which I think we
Yeah.
do see. Yeah, I know Quint doesn't have one, but I think they do. They really do have a soft side. I think they just hide it very well. Deep down. Which I would love to talk to you about if Terrica got any like heart emotions from Quint during their connection and how that was and what baby
Will
Terrica knows.
message or talk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's talk. Let's figure that out,
Yeah,
because I
let's
think
talk.
it could be a lot of fun. Because yes. But anyway, okay, that was it. Oh no, wait. And then the one that I had for Greg, I always forget when people are not like in the actual picture. The one that I had for Greg was the moment where he had Val ask Terrica the question to confirm if it was them or not, right?
Yeah.
And we actually saw two moments of pretty big emotion out of Val tonight, which I don't think that we've seen to date.
Mhm.
One was his fear, and the other was that tear. And seeing that like vulnerable side of Val, I thought that was really cool and a nice like way to show us a little bit more of this character who has walled himself off pretty carefully from the world to keep himself safe. So yeah.
Oh, the irony. The irony. The irony. Oh, so, hey everybody, it's me, troopersjp. Before I say anything, I'm going to read out our love from our audience. We got a couple of bits and tips coming in, and I wanted to sort of read out those messages. Hawkeye starts off with 500 bits, thank you so much, and says, "The Tagonists return once again. Can they pull things together? Will they be forced to clone an answer? Will anyone else on the crew go psionic? Can't wait to see." Why do I have Hawkeye speaking in an old-timey voice? I don't know, but that's just where it went. Thank you so much, Hawkeye. Thank you, Will and TW, for those gifted subs. And we got Will and TW giving us some bits, who's our wonderful Chronicle and sponsor, who says, 100 bits. We got 3 messages from Willen. Number 1, each for 100 bits.
Ooh.
What a first half with 2 powerful scenes. It felt like I was fully into them while also fully into writing it all down. There must be psionics at work here. By the way, I'm just saying, Lindy rolled for it. Like, it just happened. Like, that was not a choice. The dice said this
I
is
didn't
an
know
all
everyone
psionic
else
crew.
was psionic when I rolled, and Trooper was like, interesting.
I was like, well, dice tell a story. Willen also said, so that was so then Willen says, okay, it's been so intense. I'm drained. Thanks, y'all. And then we got a $50 tip from Void Smokers and amazing fan art, who says, very slick move by the Harlock with the baby handprint. All the scenes in and out of Sonic Space were so cinematic. Right?
Yeah.
Thank you for our raiders. And I'm going to say, I'm Trooper SJP. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sitting through our late start, because I had to just change the tech because the tech we were using was not great on that other end over there, so we fixed it. And you can find me, what is today, Friday? You can find me on Monday at 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM's channel at Eastern, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, for Montreal by Night, our Vampire the Masquerade campaign. I think we only have 6 episodes total. We've just done 1 left, and we're barreling towards the end, and let me tell you, it's probably going to be bad. I have For Humanity, my vampire, so yeah. So I'm just saying, hang out with us. Okay, I want to just give my love before we go. First love to y'all in the audience. By the way, if you have an episode title, drop it in a chat. I think we had Trackin and Snackin. No, Trackin and Hackin.
Trackin and Hackin.
Trackin and Hackin.
Trackin and Hackin.
Trackin and Hackin as one of our options. And I just want to say, here's what I would say for love. My players tell me things behind the scenes, you know? And they say things like, oh, would you like a knife? And I was like, yes. Yes, I would. And then they give me knives, and then I hand them to them. But also, I want to say this thing. If Quint and the Harlock had attacked those TkTks, they would have killed them all. I just don't know how to say it. And it would not have been difficult for them to do so. It would have been a slaughter. It would have been a massacre, because there were 4 of them. And, yeah. And they didn't. It takes Rain World is tomorrow. It takes a very special sort of player, right? I let my players have what, you can do your thing. Do your thing. And many players, if you have people attack them, will be like, great, let's murder them and then kill them. And then they would have. And it would not have been a fair fight, because the TkTks are very brittle and would have been easily slaughtered. And it takes special kinds of players to decide, no, let's not actually attack them. Right? And many players just would never have done that.
They weren't those pirates that I wanted to ask questions to. So, I mean,
Well, but here's the thing. Those pirates were very polite to you all, and you all asked them, you all murdered them. The TkTks attacked you, and you didn't.
To me,
It's
because we snuck up on them and struck first. They didn't have a chance to be polite to me.
Well, the thing is, they were very polite, but they were not good people. They like to slaughter folks all the time, and so you murdered them. It's fine.
Karma. It's
Yeah.
Karma.
Look, we're just
Karma.
good at being able
Karma.
to see if a person is good or bad. We'll see if that trend continues. That's the
Yeah,
question.
we will, won't we? But I do. I want to say it was great love for that, because some players are just like, "Ooh, combat, let's go," and sometimes that's a bad idea. But it's always up to you all. And then, so I really appreciated that, and I appreciated that. Again, one of the problems is that these TkTks, there are 2 million of them. They all live here. It's not like they could just go anywhere. But you may be able to make their lives a little bit easier with some of the choices you make, right? And I appreciated that. I appreciated the sort of the clarity with which you make your character, so that I can know what it would look like when there's a bedroom of Sue. Like, I know your character, so I know what that bedroom looks like because of you all, right? And then for Greg, what I love is that Greg has not Greg, but Greg's character Val has murdered a lot of people. Greg has murdered nobody that I know of, and I will not testify. But in this moment, we have Greg having Val be sensitive, open, and caring at the exact same moment that the most sensitive, opening, and caring character becomes a little less so. And I am very excited for that right there. Just a little bit of that. And I don't know. This is sort of my love for Ari. I don't know how Ari will have Terrica deal with the conflict between a body that has been primed by someone to make it easier to do things and their spirit, right? And it's the exact same conflict that Severance has, right? The spirit and the body have a mismatch, and the body has been made by somebody who's not very nice. Just to put it.
So I'm hearing this could
lightly.
be a father-child bonding experience.
Yeah.
Whoa. We don't need to have that conversation.
Look, I've got him on my back. He's a backpack right now. I'm sure he would love to chat with you when he's conscious again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to imagine
Yeah.
he's got like a bunch of tiny little tick shaped bruise kick marks like all over
Yeah.
him, like little imprints, and be like, "Dang, take that." Yeah.
I love that so much.
And I'm just gonna say something. I'm gonna out Ari for a moment. Ari's like, "Hey, do you think we could do these repairs at the starport here on TkTk?" And I was like, "Oh, you don't know how bad this planet is. Like, because you woke up in a lab. You don't know how crappy this planet is." So
It's true.
imagine, if you will, a highway gas station out of the 1950s or 30s, like in Arizona, in the middle of nowhere. That's the planet you're on. That's what their starport is like. And this is not a...
There's no like, we're not going to get a clamp. I'm not going to be able to do any of the things with the jump. Okay.
We have to get
Yeah.
back to Aces first.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
all right then. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
then decisions are going to have to be made.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
no one's scratched the ship at all.
Yeah, nope.
Okay, that I know is a blatant lie. Terrica doesn't know that yet, but
Don't worry about it. It
Don't worry about
wasn't me. I didn't scratch the ship.
my favorite part is that Terrica kicked Quint out of being co-pilot.
Yep.
And Quint is not the one who scratched the ship.
Yep.
I like cannot wait for this moment. I don't know what's gonna
well.
happen. I literally don't know, but I think it'll be fun.
All I can say as a GM is that next week, they are going to get themselves together, and I don't know if they're going to do it from there. I don't know if they're going to leave TkTk next week. They might. I don't know. They just have to get through a maze of death robots and then get out. But and then talk to each other, because you know what? They're going to leave TkTk sooner or later, and then they're going to be in jump space. And in jump space, you cannot avoid having conversations with each other. So I'm really excited about that. Yep.
Unless you're on a whole different ship that flies on in jump space all by itself.
I guess. Maybe. We'll see. So, my friends, thank you for being here. I adore you all. I adore my players. I love this whole thing. Come and see us next week to find out how they get out of what they do on their way out of TkTk. Do they talk to the Imperial Scouts to find out what they're doing? Do they not? Do they murder those Imperial Scouts so they can't tell stories about Quint being alive after faking their death? I don't know. We'll find out. And do Val and Terrica bond? Do Quint and Terrica bond? Do the Harlock and Severance? Like, there might be some bondage going on next week. I don't know. We'll find out, everybody. Take care.